Good morning, happy Sunday, I think it is today. Thought we'd carry on with some Timberborn today. I've just been starting to build out a little warehouse over here. Just trying to figure out the pathing. I might just actually extend that all the way through there. Like that. Do it that way. Probably get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Put that in there. Just got to get up here now. Correct, it's not Monday. Will be soon. Alright, just need to get up here now. How do you want to do that? Good morning, Ollie Cats. Right. Now, the reason we're building a lot of storage here is because there's a station here now. So I'm thinking, we start pulling resources to a central hub, they can get fired off quite easily, rather than it all sitting over here. That was my thinking, so we can have a more hub situation down here. So when you want to build down there, we can just tube over there. Do you need to get some tubes going up here somewhere? But that's not an urgent project. Are we still looking for that 0.333 of a wind turbine? Well, there are no wind turbines on this one. It's all done by steam power. It's all done by these things. Wouldn't mind a grav battery at some point. We definitely need more water because our water's being consumed by the beavers and by these things because they take water to make steam. So, yeah. And the annoying thing about the water in the iron teeth is you have to... It needs manpower or beaver power to do it. And we don't have bots. We're a long way off bots. So we have to pump it manually, which means you need more beavers. And we're already short on beavers. So it's a bit annoying. No, Chris won't turn up today. I guarantee Chris won't turn up today because we've got Steam. 3 different games in one weekend. Well, one was trying out a new game. One was finishing off a game from a month ago. And this is continuing our Iron Teeth build, so yeah. So there's that, and then there's bigger picture stuff around dealing with all this bad water. I really, really, really want to get down here and sort this out. I really want to block this off. Because that, what's the thing? That bad water source there is pumping bad water that way, which I don't mind. But I want it to stop going this way. Because this way is mixing with our nice water here. What's that? Is that another one? That's mixing with the blue stuff. And that is a problem, because that would all be blue water if it wasn't for that. I think this is just a dead end. Yeah, it is. That's just a pocket of bad water. Well, I don't know if I want to block it completely, because that water flows... Actually, what does this go? Is that a source? Oh, okay, there's one there. Actually, the whole thing's dead end. So is that the one that feeds my... Yeah, that's the one that feeds our bad water. Okay. Yeah, all right. So really, we want to be blocking that one off. We don't want this one. So the question is, how do we do that efficiently? It looks like we could more or less detonate down there, wait for a drought, and then block it off. We have access to these tiles already, I think. So we could start laying dynamite here. What if we dynamite all the way down 2 squares here? Do you think that water will come up? And if it did come up, it would just flow off the map anyway, wouldn't it? No, it would. Yes, it would. It would flow off the map even if it pressured up. So we can then... Yeah, cool, let's do that. So now we're going to find the right squares to drill. To these 2 here. Or any of these 2. I think it's that one. We take a double stick. That looks alright, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Can't reach that one, so it might need a little platform or something. So we're going to need to get down there anyway, may as well have a staircase. It's a bit of a long trip over here. You currently playing Folk Tales on this map, first time using them since version 0.6. Blimey. Yeah, this is my first time properly playing the Iron Teeth, so it's a bit of an adjustment. Good fun, though. Right, where's the nearest tube? Here. I would like to get... We've got a tube to here. It would be nice to get a tube perhaps into this area. This is the main... You know, this is the main logging. What are we going to do with this area? It's very green, so I think we'll probably use it. It's worth building a tube over here. How's our scrap metal? Our scrap metal is very, very low. Why is our scrap metal so low? We're getting it from here. This is not far off run out, is it? Got to think about the next metal supply. I think we said, because the next one's like over here, which is really far away. There's a massive one here. If we can actually get a tube network from that to over here, we can shift that metal quickly. Do have a footpath through here now, which is a lot easier. Can also tunnel through there. Just detonate that. Tunnel it straight through. Build a little outpost. One day it's the one they harvest now. What do you mean, Ions? Where's the metal... the actual metal mine thing? One here. Crikey, they are really far apart on the map. Look at this. They've put one in this corner. They've put a metal mine in this corner. One all the way down in this corner. They literally put them in the four corners of the map. There's just no metal, main metal supply in the middle. That is horrendous. Hmm. Yeah, this is a heck of a walk for them. Oh, come on, dude. You're going to finish them off before bed? Really? Unconnected building. Okay. It's fine. Need to start thinking about getting the happiness up as well. My wheelchair is fixed. I can sit up and watch you now. J-Bat's nice. Well, how much was it to build the tubes again? One metal, 2 planks. Yeah, our plank production is really bad. I have a lot of logs, but hardly any planks. It's weird because the gear machines are turned off. So why is that? Here we go. Someone's contacted me on Discord using your name and picture. The account looks very suspicious, though. Was it you? That's the third person this weekend to say that. Zogbit, no, it's not me. If you could please report them on Discord for impersonation, that would be great. You can tell if it's me because of the Discord name is unique. So if it says squirrel in lowercase, that's me. But trust me, I haven't reached out to you. We need a lot more plank machines, I think. Hey, Kelly. The name has random numbers and stuff. Yeah. At least you're alert to the signs, right? But I suspect there are people out there that fall for it. And then who knows what happens. Right, we'll have one of these. Or, let's see, what do we want to store here? From... Gears. We don't need resin here. Save them for later. Come to Australia for a Sunday roast. It's a bit far. I could go to Dave's up in Derby for a Sunday roast. Appreciate the offer, though. This could get interesting. Oh, there it comes. Is this where I begin to regret my decision? It should leave the map. It will fill that sector and then push over it and then drop out the map, I think. As soon as there's a drought, we can get down there. Might be useful to have some more stuff sorted out so we can get down there more easily. Is bottled water just bad, or can you do something with it later? So you use it to make explosives for one. Yeah, if your beavers go in it, they'll get contaminated. If your beavers drink it, they'll get very ill. But I don't think they will drink it. But it'll kill your crops. Oh, it's going out that way. Okay. It'll kill your crops, and it creates this blight. You see this kind of look on the landscape, so you can't grow anything in that area. So it's all about controlling it, as is most of the game, to be honest. It's all about controlling the good water and the bad water. But what we've done there is basically open a hole so that we can get down here. So the next time this is the bad water source. The next time there's a drought, we're going to get down here and block this off. I think I might have over-exploded though. Where's the water flowing? Oh, it's just flowing upwards. Yeah, as soon as there's, actually we could do it now, couldn't we? Can we just drop a levee down there now? Yeah, you can also use it. You can use its flow for mechanical power. That's the other thing you can do. Wait a minute, how many blocks is it? It's only one block high, isn't it? That flow there is one block high. So if I put a fill valve there, I can effectively cut it off. Put it on maximum flow for now. Now, they're going to have to stand in the water to build that block, but get rid of these. have to stand in the water to build that, but we've got decontamination things, so we can get rid of that quickly. Lots of Aussies in chat, yeah. It's that time of day. The early start. You've made it big enough to get imitated. Yeah. I don't see it as a good thing. Mostly because these bad actors don't impersonate me in a good way. They're usually impersonating me for all the wrong reasons. Either to spread vicious rumors about me, or to deceive somebody into whatever, giving away money or something. You can't. We could build a platform and stand on it. Absolutely. There you go. Let's just sorted that out. So now that water is flowing that way. It can't come up anymore because of the fill valve. And what we could now do is completely shut that off. And that little box will pressurize. This will stop flowing. And that's good because we can open that up later if we want to use it for something. But now all of this will just start to drain away. So we just need to wait. That'll evaporate. And the blight from here will disappear. Cool. So I've controlled a little bit more of the map. Now, the next thing that's probably going to blow up is going to be these guys here. And I don't know if they blow up separately or at the same time. This one I'm not concerned about. Is there anything underneath? Nope. This one will just create a hole here, but we've already dealt with it with this thing. This one will open up that blockage. If this could go into here, it would go through, but it can't. So the only other thing would happen is what could come back this way? And the answer is nothing, because we've got it all completely gated off. So effectively, I'm not worried about those bombs anymore. Once that goes off, we could get down there and do something with that channel if you want to. This is a good flow, so we could use this flow for power. Maybe control it a bit better because it kind of takes this crisscrossing path. Like, if we was to shut that flow off there, we'd get a lot better flow this way, I think. Or vice versa. We could shut it off this way and get the better flow that way. That's how I want to do it. Could you build large water wheels undergoing in the bad water tunnels underground? No, because the water wheels are a bit high. Like, do you mean the large power wheel? Like this? Oh, that one, that one. They have to be built 2 blocks above the water, and then I think they need 1, 2, 3 blocks of clearance. So if you built 5 blocks high, then yes, in theory, but you've still got to power network that out somehow. There's a lot of work to do that underground. Rome, thank you for 140 months.
66666 years of subscribe hype.
Thank you, Rome. Where's this coming from? Yeah, this is our main pool of water that we're already deriving some power from. So that flows all the way under here and then pops up there. And we use that to power the explosives factory. I was thinking about trying to save the clean water currently being used for the stream. I mean, this could be made more efficient once that's been detonated. We could go and blow that up now, to be honest. We could put a piece of dynamite next to it and just get rid of it. In fact, I might just do that. I might just put one here. And one here. And we'll just control the explosion ourselves rather than wait for it to happen. And then maybe I'll just channel this a bit. Get some nice power here. Thing is, we've got a bit of power here, and all of our power is over here. And to get our power from this flow here to that there is going to be a bit of a tall order, to say the least. Oh, that's interesting. See, now that's shut off, this is slowly starting to empty this way. It's mixing down here now. But now this water's very much winning that fight. If we could get here, we could just dump that water. It's a long, deep explosives, though. Just thinking we could dump that water out there. Yeah, this here should start to drain now. That should drain downwards into this lot. And that level should gradually deplete. If we could control this flow here, we could stop this and let this just drain away. And then turn that back on. And we'd have fresh water. What'd be really good is to try and get that water supply going upwards and flood this area with fresh water. Looks like it's got natural drain points. Yeah, that's all part of that. Have to detonate down here somewhere. And we can flood this whole valley with fresh water. Could do a pressure shaft. What do you mean by a pressure shaft? I'm thinking we explode our way down to here. Then we put some fill valves into here. That would send the water up. Yeah, we could control it then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we allow the water to flow up, it will then fill this area. It'll flow into this valley. It'll drop into this, which will flow out that way. So all this will have flowing water on it. If we put a dam there, or somewhere here, it would then back up and come this way. We can just get water into this area, basically. You don't need to detonate. Why not? The dead end actually goes up. What? It doesn't. I have to detonate down to here, don't I? I don't want to go in the bad water, if that's what you mean. I'm thinking here. Do it there instead. Grubby, I'm aware that the bad water, I'm aware that it comes up on a shaft here. Yeah? I'm aware that it comes up there. That's currently draining down. But I don't want to get into that water to walk around here, because we'll get contaminated. It's much easier to just detonate down here, put the fill valve in, shut it off. This will then drain away. Now, problem we have is getting the beavers over here, because that's a long way from home. A very long way. Good news is there's trees on the way. If you block off the tunnel upstream, you clear all the bad water out. We could explode behind the bad water source to make it leave, but that would involve 2 squares going down 1, 2, 3 at least. And there's no real benefit to doing it because we're going to get rid of the water anyway. All right, let's put a couple of these. What's the thing you mentioned the other day that supposedly keeps bad water rubbing even through a drought? Oh, the bad water running. That was the unique to the iron teeth, wasn't it? That one, the bad water discharge. So that seals the bad water source, but then you can, even when you're in a drought, you can allow it to flow. So that one is particularly useful for power. Because with that one, you could keep bad water coming, even when there's a drought, which means your power keeps going. Other than that, limited. Oh, I just built the wrong one. We're better with explosives. Right, explosive planks and logs. That's what we need. Then we'll put down a lumberjack flag here. I'll get that cut initially. Shouldn't the logs be supplied instead of obtained? Yes and no. Yes, they will be, but initially just to get some stuff built. Probably not, but having said that, yeah, I think we'll put it on supply once these are up and running. Okay, and then over here, we'll have a footpath. And once the water is flowing out of here, we're going to want a dam here. Perhaps build it back here. No worries, Spanner. And we're probably going to want something here to control this flow as well. Okay. A double like that, maybe. Okay, that'll let us box this off. Right, how are we doing? Water's on 1.1k. Planks are building up. Scrap metal. That nearly gone. No, got plenty left. Got about 100 scrap metal left. We're going to have to start making provisions for another scrap metal. Do we go that one? Or this one? Probably this one. An efficient mine is 4,000 science. Wait a minute. Isn't that completely different to the Folktales mine? If I'm reading this correctly, you need treated planks to get scrap metal. Oh my god. Wow. The Folktale mine, doesn't it just dig out scrap metal? Well, if you want it, there's two different recipes. You think Folktale's the same? Was he? I don't remember that. Honestly, don't remember that. It's still treated plank. Blimey. Given we're over here, this might be a better option. Right, if we extend our station to here somewhere, that'll allow it to branch off that way and also come this way. I must admit, the Folktale zipline is way more convenient to build. I think we're going to have to increase the population, you know. How many free beds have we got? 12. See, if you set the population of 100, about 10% of it is always kids. So really, that's only 90 workers. Let's turn the 3D printers on. Chef Marty, thank you for a year. I don't know if I can easily get a tube from here out there. See, if there's one thing the zipline's good for, it's traversing elevation. Because, like, the zip line, you build the stations, but you don't build anything in between. It's just a wire. Whereas with the tubes, you have to build every single tube along the way. So your entire line has to be built out with platforms and support, thus making it way more intensive to build. In that regard, folktales are a lot easier. I might just blast through here. We send the tube through there. We could split the tube. One goes that way to the metal. One comes back this way to this area. Use the advanced clone pod. I should really do that, shouldn't I? Hang on. District. No. Where was the clone pod again? Housing. 1,000 science, treated planks and metal. Okay. Let's do that. Is it the same size? Yes. Nice little tubes that you can build the next segment from within the tube, so no need for double paths. You mean you can branch off, Grubby Zebra? Is that what you mean? You know, I might as well get rid of all this. It's just pointless. They're traversing down this footpath here to bring all this metal back. And because they're going through water, it's a lot slower. But that scrap metal will be gone soon, so we won't need to do much with that. Right, let's detonate this. No, let's detonate this. Control explosion. Right, so that goes through here, which is currently completely cut off. But once we pressurize this, we could let water through here. I think we'd probably want a way to control that. Okay, we'll let them build that before we detonate that one. When they build a tube piece, you can build the next piece in line from that with the existing tube. The zip lines you have to build past to get to the next tower location. Yes, that's true. That's very true. But building a path between one station and the next is a lot easier than building a whole load of tube. But I get what you're saying. They build it as they're going along. Where does that go? Interesting. Still like the zip lines better. I think I'm in that camp. The drought's approaching. In 3 days. That's how we're getting on. No little... He's almost ready to go. How are you set for bad tides? We're fine. We are fine. No problemo. There we go. He started chewing them. Didn't anticipate the mailing off this map, but really made for a bad few cycles. Yes. Yeah, we managed to...
flops in hello adorable people and finest Paul.
Alessia, thank you for tier 2, 87 months. We managed to avoid anything particularly bad with bad tides. We had a couple of mistakes, but we mostly got there. Okay, so they've cleared that. So what I'm thinking is... Tubeway. Can we redraw that footpath under that? Yes, perfect. Right, so we've got that project on the go. And then we've got the other projects on the go over here. I really need them workers to be built. 17 vacancies. This is horrendous. I like that you can build the tube entirely underground and come up through the bottom of the stations. Yeah. Yeah, it's two completely different ways of doing it, but they both have the pros and cons for sure. So you're just keeping up with this water supply is terrible. Okay, right. Berries and extract. Let's do them ASAP. We have some more 3D pods over here, don't we? Get rid of that one. I have 7 injured beavers. I'm trying to work out how they've got injured. We do have med bays, which are here with nobody in them. Don't know why they've got injured, to be honest. That's not going to help things at all, is it? Yeah, we'll put the hospital on the people's roofs. I know lots of work has a chance of injury, but we're not really doing anything super dangerous at the moment. So I'm trying to work out why. Once he's cut through there, that will be linked. Our metal and plank supplies going down. Right, so I think we can have a station here somewhere. Explosives factories have a big risk for beavers. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm used to having 1 or 2 beavers because maybe they work in there, but we was on 8 then. I don't know why we've had 8 injured beavers. Okay, now I just need to figure out how they're going to get there. Right, outside the station, we should probably have a little bit of food and water. Right, drought's almost upon us. Now, what I don't know is if all the gates are set up for droughts properly. This is where I worry about this water level. There's not a lot of water there. We could think about deepening this reservoir. Phil, thank you for 140 months, sir. Hope you're well, Phil. Nothing to do in range. Okay. You need to now relocate. Wait, did you see this beaver? He just like ran across here. He didn't run down the path. He literally ran across this. There's quite a bit of construction going on right now. We're almost out of all of our metal and planks now because of all that station building. Not good. Not desperate for them. I think that's all of them. I think they're now on the full-blown Bacta tanks. Little 3D printers. Advanced breeding pod. I do think our water's slowly trending downwards. I need something to monitor this level, actually. Wasn't it a decoration for a little water stick? There we go. Let's put that in there. So I can see what the level's at. Did you see Timberborn 1.1 news? Stats are coming. Yeah. So basically the guy who develops one of the mods I use, this one, Good Statistics, that mod was built by one of the devs, and that is coming into the base game. So you get all these like trending stats in the base game, which is good news because it should have been in there in the first place, but I'm glad they're doing it. How can you have nothing to do? You finished that already? In that case, cut everything. Yeah, we're going to have to wait before we build any more stations because that has severely depleted the metal and plank supply. So I think food is okay. Water, I think we need to be pumping more water, but then we can, I think we're more or less ready to get a higher population. We'll have to trash some of these. Even metal is infinite. No, it's infinite? Almost. Like, you start off by getting this lot. That's where you get your metal. And then later on, when all that's gone, because that is finite, that is your infinite supply. But to get that, you need to build one of these, which requires treated planks and extract. So although the metal supply is infinite, you've got to give it, well, logs and pinewood resin and extract from bad water. And you could easily get yourself into a death spiral if you're not careful. Like if you run out of logs, that's it. You're not going to get any more metal. Breeding halted. Nice. So we've hit our... So we should see fewer and fewer children now, shouldn't we? They should just all go to full adults. Mine's a dangerous place to work. Better have bot production first. Right now, we're doing all right for vacancies now. Since we have more adults, we can actually fulfill all the jobs. And that station, I think, is online. Yes. Cool. So we just sped up travel from the base to over here now. Which is lovely. Which is not far from a new scrap metal mine. Because this other one is gonna run out shortly, I think. I don't think there's much point in having that lying around anymore. As fast as that's being mined, it's being sent off. Either way, it's going to be quicker to get this because to get that scrap metal, they had to wade through water. At least they can just walk across to this one. get that ready. Atomic Junkie, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. The children yearn for the mines. We've got one child now. 8 spare beds. They haven't built that yet. What's going on here? Where the heck has that come from? Low water level? No, can't be. Low water level low. Oh, I know why. It's because of an extended drought. Yeah, so this is what I was saying about this area not being particularly deep. That was weird because that looked like bad water to me, not low water. So yeah, we need a better water supply. I think we can get one now. We're going to have this under control shortly. Not before time. So we need to work out how we're going to get this fresh water here once it starts flowing. Actually, I'm not convinced that bad water can drain away. We might actually have to get up there and sort that out. Somebody wants to realize that the pumps turn water red when they reach their end. I never knew that, Armin. That's really strange to me. Yeah, we're going to get better control of this water supply business. We are going to need more water in this area potentially. So what level is that going to come out at here? The water comes out. So once that pressured water comes, it's going to come to this level. So it can at least fill. Be careful that we don't flood the place. It's going to flow down here. It's going to flow along here. As long as it can escape, it'll be fine. But we could use it to back pressure and fill this, couldn't we? But it's here we want to get the water into this lot. I still think we're going to have to access this, I think. I think that's going to be a solution here. I did say we wasn't going to do anything with this, but I think we have to. I think we have to start using this dam here to put water into here, because this isn't lasting long enough. And this one, I think, we can probably top up with this new water supply. Well, pumps are one thing, but it's not called pressure for no reason. I think we can use the water pressure to our favor. I think we can channel the water. I think we can channel it into here. And then use it to fill that, which then in turn fills that. Like, this is the crucial part, isn't it? This is where all of our food production and drinking is. And you can see the problem. I don't think they should have coloured it that colour. That's crazy to me. Measurement 0.03. Yeah, because the water's super low. Basically, we just had was it a 6 or a 7 day drought, and we only just survived it. And I mean, only just survived it. Look, the crop's starting to turn. It says contaminated. What? How can it be contaminated just because there's a lack of water? That doesn't make any sense. It's almost like this thing starts to pump bad water into the river. That's insane. Okay, this is a bit of an emergency now. Yeah, we're going to have to basically make this happen quickly. We're not going to survive the next drought otherwise. Looks like some bad water that was diluted in the pump but sucked in the good water, increasing the concentration. I don't know. Like, I just don't know. I don't get how that bad water got there at all. Yeah, and that was definitely a shot across the bow, that one. That was close. They were close to running out of water then. Definitely going to start channeling this. Oh, what's going on there now? Yeah. Yeah, basically, this bad water has no outlet because it requires pressure to push it out of here. So if we want to empty all this bad stuff out of here, we're going to have to get down here and tap out the map or something. That's the only way. You can see it like refilling this now.
Just want to say that I did follow up on your advice and started a new gameplay. That said, I played this all week instead of preparing for the exams I had, but oh well, can't have them all I guess. I've also passed the exams.
Oh, well, there you go, Armin. You can multitask and you've got the skills, mate. Never in doubt. I thought you were going to say it was my fault then that you didn't pass your exams. Okay, that can't be far off being the bottom there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the moment we open that, I think the water's going to come gushing up here. And we're not going to be easily be able to control it. We're going to have to put fill valves down and then stick levees on top, which will block it off again, and then drill down here so that then the fill valve becomes useful. Is how that's going to work. Right, is scrap metal still going? Yep. Oh look. Oh look, explodes in 10 days. Maybe it explodes sooner. Hmm. I could have actually detonated that in the drought. I think I was distracted by the lack of water. These guys have needed all these trees. 4 vacancies? Blimey. Not that for a while. That's 4 people that could be pumping water, and that's what that is. This seems like a good place for a well to me. My only concern is the walk they have. There's a nice deep water supply, though. Hang on, what are the other pumps on? Right, that will give us a bit more water and take up those vacancies. Maybe we'll start building our water up to full now. How are we doing here? I'm going to save this, because this could blow up in our face, quite literally. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Right, get the full valves in, boys. Of course, I've just gone and done this as we go into our night time, which means they won't do that till the morning, at which point the whole map will be flooded. So, GG, boys. Oh, it's all green. Well, I guess we'll find out what it's going to do. It should just flow off the map. Thing is, I think it's going to have a weird effect on the water table, because the moment it's flowing down here, it's now also coming up here, but it's flowing along, and then it takes some of this bad water with it, and you can see it's gradually flushing the bad water out there. That's its only escape route right now. So all of this stuff is kind of gradually diluting. Apart from this little dead end, this is a pain. Once we get the fill valve installed. There you go, looks like it's settled down. we'll say that's unlimited. And then we want levees on top. That will basically shut it off from coming out here. And then the next step is to detonate down here. Because that will be the water escape point. On a triple dynamite, because I haven't unlocked it yet, because it's like 1200 science. I could unlock it. I'm just being lazy, aren't I? All right. We'll do triples. I've never liked the fact the yes button's on the right. That, you know what I mean? Like when you try and, if I was to try and build that, it says, do you want to do this? Yes or no? And I'm always used to an OK button being here and a cancel button being here. That's like been a Windows thing since Windows 3.1, like OK cancel. And for some reason they put yes on the right hand side. And it always throws me. Nobody asked no or yes, exactly. Do you want to unlock this? No or yes? Hey? Right, now my vision for this is to have like a 2-channel thing through there. Got 2 there, we want 2 here ultimately. And then like a staging area for the water to drop into. So I have to levy this up basically, because what the heck? What the heck? What's going on? Is that just a surge? Water level low. Yeah, that's why I didn't have it on a high amount in the first place. Okay, stop. Why the heck has that suddenly surged? Okay, what's going on? Something's going on with the water table here. The settings of the dam when we were on low on water earlier. This should be letting water through to 0.85, right? So it comes through to 0.85 into here, flows around to here, and then this one says current measurement 0.81. If you're less than 0.7, turn on. It's currently turned off. The thing is about this is I need to control the flow of it. I need the throttling valve. I think we need the throttling valve just on this side so that when the water's allowed to come through, it's throttled. so it doesn't flood the area. So this is a lot of water. Maybe we have to let some of it out. Guess they're going to cry about not being able to build that. Flow 1 cubic meter per second. Is that high? I don't know. Added bonus. Do you need the gates and the throttle? Yes, because the gates are going to control the level. The throttle will control the flow. Because right now, what's happening is, if the water level drops here and this thing turns on and goes, I need more water, right? It sends a signal to the gate and the gate just opens down to whatever level we've set here. Now, ideally, I want this to be quite low because this is priority. But then what happens is the gate opens and the water comes gushing through and it floods this area. So the throttle will then slow it down. So the gate will open, but then it will come through at a controlled rate. And then it'll fill up and then the gate will close. So I think, I don't know if there's like one that does both of them. Both a flow and a limit. But I don't think there is, so I think we need both. If you automate the throttle, you can specify the opening closing speed. How do we specify the opening closing speed? It's just on off. You've got what do you want it on and what do you want it off. I don't know where you get the speed from. Oh, the throttle valves have the... Oh, do they? Oh, hang on. Yeah, how does that help, though? Flow limit on, flow limit... Ooh, so you don't need these at all. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we'll look at that in a sec. Let's get it built, and then we'll look at that, because it looks like you can control the flow. You need field gates to control the level downstream, as you don't need the level sensor. What's a field gate? Is that in touch with its emotions? How are we getting on? Right, you boys can stop doing this. Get on with that. So my plan is, I'm going to detonate these two sectors here. Then we're going to put fill valves here. So we've got fill valves there. We're going to have fill valves here. So we can then control the input and the output. So if we want water to flow through, we can. If we want it to come up, we can. And if we don't want anything through because it's a bad water event, we can just do that. In fact, on a bad water event, we're just going to open both of this and just let it all go straight through. Or just block it completely. You made me spit my tea out. How's the scrap metal doing? Nice. New supply is online. We have 4 unemployed. Have we got our new pumps online? Building isn't connected to a district, right? Come on, guys. Everything's high priority. Do it all. Now, I do want to build this structure here. The problem I've got is allowing the beavers to get up and down through here, because we kind of need to put a wall there now, and on this side. We have to build a wall through there and through here. We're going to have to injure some beavers, I think. Have to change that access point to here. Would be a project we could create a separate channel off that water source and place some water wheels and use regular and bad water flow as power. I'm trying to get drinking water for this one. I'd rather use bad water for power if possible and control it with a what's it called? A discharge, which means we can have continuous power from bad water. But right now, the problem I'm solving is the one of drinking water, because we nearly ran out of water in the last drought. And that did not fill me with happiness. You don't need to wall all the way through, drop the water straight down into the current wall. What I'm thinking of doing... Actually, this isn't going to work. I have to go to here, not there. Demolish this. 1 second. In fact, cancel that. Demolish that. Dig a channel. What do you mean? I'm going to drop it into an area, but I need to control the drop. I mean, we could excavate this out and drop it into that, but I think I'd rather elevate it a bit so we get more storage as well. Like if we build vertical wall, we've got plenty of logs, haven't we? 1.7k of logs, so we can build levees and just hold it and have a big container of water here, which flows out. You can use the 1x platforms to remove thorns and reduce injury beavers. Wait, are you telling me if they stand on a platform next to the thorns, they don't get hurt as much than if they stand next to the thorns? That doesn't make any sense. I know they can remove the thorns from above, I get that, but how does that reduce injury? How does removing thorns from above reduce injury versus removing thorns from the side of it? I don't get that. They're not building this. What are they building? We have 14 unemployed. Is that because we're not making 550 gears? 60 pine resin. Because they'd be standing away from the thorns using long-range hammer. Yeah, there's no logic really, is there? Metal storage is nearly full. We need to do something about that. Where's our metal storage? That's the point of a beaver colony game. Yeah, but come on. If you're taking thorns down in your garden, how does, like, hovering over them help you? I forgot about this unstable core. Well, if you tunnel straight down from just inside the upper dam to the level of the lower water, then horizontal and out. If you tunnel straight down from the just inside the upper dam to the level of the lower water. You mean tunnel from inside here and then put a floodgate out the bottom? I think we could, I think there's something in what you're saying there. I think we might be able to make that work. I have to be careful to put the fill valves in before we allow the water through. But as long as we can get inside here, which we can allow them to do it. Probably an easier project. Okay, I think we'll start by doing that. I found like they're all very, very busy doing nothing right now. This is a bit weird. Hmm. I need some large industrial pile storage. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to build a beaver's hut in a sec. Build us hut. Right. What do we have? We have the main district, we have a builder's hut, and then another builder's hut. We have a hauling post, which is on high priority. How do we know if we need more haulers or more builders? Like, what stat can we look at to say whether to build another hauling post or whether to build another building hut? For you, your hauler's hut is for unemployed beavers. I think you need one to be high priority. We'll make that a normal or a low. Right, what are we getting over here? Jeez, that's taken a long time. This is what they're busy doing. They're busy building this. You gotta haul them logs all that way. If I say obtain priority, well, at least we get the haulers moving stuff nearby. The what, sorry? The third builder hut on low? I've got these on that. This one, I kind of feel like we do need more beavers, if I'm honest. More builders. I might put it on normal. So if at a pinch we can sacrifice some builders. I love this. What's not safe about having a fire on somebody's roof? Somebody's wooden building roof. Yeah, I'm going to need to let somebody in over here so we can detonate this at some point. One, two, three. So 3 would drop it perfectly. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is basically put this, get this down one, and then tunnel through, and then put fill valves here, and then once that's all in place, detonate this, and the water will drop into the fill valve and channel along here. That's the idea. Safety third. It's taking a long time to build this lot. So maybe they don't need any of this now. Oh, now he turns up to get rid of it. Right, water supply is going up. That's nice. Berries are completely full. Unstable core. It's about to go. Do you know what? I might detonate it just to annoy the game. Ha! I got there first. Okay, so not really affected us too much. It's just going to sit there and eventually that'll evaporate away. Going to spoil the flow a little bit, but no biggie. Yes, I feel like this could be a long power run at some point. Then I think this is fed from that pool, isn't it? Yeah, look. So this big pool is what flows through here and around. And during a drought, this does get dry because it doesn't come up from here. The main supply for this is here, is it? There it is. That comes up and it goes that way. Which fills that. So, yeah, if we cut that off, we can cut this off here at some point. It will stop that from filling. And then maybe we can start using that. Because that is a big valley. You can fill that with water. That is a big valley of water. That'd be kind of nice, actually. You can place the fill valve up. They control the level that's... What? You can place the fill valve up. I'm not sure I understand your sentence, though. You can place it 20 levels up and control the level any level from 1 to 20. You mean the drop? You're talking about dropping water down? Is that what you mean? Started to build this. Don't set up your automation incorrectly and then come back to no food. Were mistakes made there, Tootsie? That's a new subway route. Well, they can get from here to here. And they can also get to here. And now they can get to here. So, we're kind of getting there. I need more than 100 storage of metal blocks, though. Right, that's going to have metal blocks in it. It's going to be a supply point. This one, I don't know yet. Maybe treated planks. Actually, yeah. 220. We'll make that the place for metal. The relay in 1.1 can have up to 8 inputs. Whoa! I know they mentioned in their little article. I remember reading about more logic gates and stuff and the relay, but I didn't realize you can have 8 inputs. That's crazy. Now then, who doesn't want to get hurt? Where's that beaver gone? He's cutting that tree down. No, one turned up. No, one turned... Literally, every time I go to press the button, the beaver just comes down the staircase. I'll just wait till bedtime. Throttles are done. Nice. So now we should be able to put this. If we start, that's automated on home water level low. So if that was automated on home water level low, then flow limit, when the home water level is low, then we want you to reaction speed. That's nice and slow. I don't know what's a high number.
Oh hastily Paul and chat. How dare you play a game with a steam engine in it? Now I'll have to stop watching.
Chris, mate. Oh, why do you have to turn up, Chris? I literally said, I guarantee you won't be here. And then what do? You turn up. Make me look like an idiot. Unbelievable. Yes, it's got steam engines in it. You shouldn't be here, Chris. What a scumbag. Throttling valve, hang on. If this is off, we want the flow to be 0. Okay, so in theory, we can now turn off the automation of that one. Drop the height completely. And let the throttle valve deal with it. And they are now defunct. That is letting half a cubic meter of water through. Oh, I do like this throttle valve. This is quite nice, isn't it? It's like a more complicated floodgate. It's like, instead of just being on-off, it's on, and then whatever flow you want, or off. And we can close at not like snappy speeds as well. Leave the gate height to have a minimum height for the swim pool. Well, the thing is, I mean, the one thing this will do, one thing that we could still use this for is to make sure some water's back up here. Like, if you left that, say, there, it would... Because this will just keep emptying until that's gone. Whereas this one will actually say, I'm going to stop and just keep a bit of water back. So, let me just detonate this before... Oh, don't you come here. Go away, go away, go away. Oh, you nutter. Oh, you don't. Oof. I thought he was going to cross that then. We had dead beavers on our hands. Okay, so now we need to put some platforms back so we can actually get down there. No, you really do need to build these quickly, lads. And then... Right, so if we put fill valves here, or here, doesn't really matter what. Once that's all tunneled out, then once those detonations go through, it's just a matter of taking one more block out. Maybe valves near the exits is more accessible. Yeah, we could do. Just got to make sure we tunnel through enough. That always freaks me out about tunnels. With tunnels, they set the dynamite off themselves, and so you hear these explosions, and you're like, wait, what? What's that? Aha, they blocked that off. Nice. Metal gone? Oh, 8 pieces of scrap metal left. I can start emptying this lot, I think. Time to move out. Can make the upper dam nice and deep too. What the... You mean this one? Yes, in theory we can. We can channel that out, can't we? And it'll be filled from this. Now, I do want to save it before I set this off. Perfect. Right. So 1, 2, 3. Crikey, that is deep. Is that right? Another 3? Blimey. Don't think they're going to be able to put this down here. Yep. That's annoying. Yeah, I mean, we could have built an overhang, but we'll just let them go. It's fine. Is that scrap metals thing working okay? Appears to be. Okay, we've got a good supply of... Oh, no, we don't. Oh, we had a good supply of metal. I think we must have used it. I was going to say, we could start building another tube thing over to here. Oh, we've got a drought before we've got this done. Oh, that's unfortunate timing. Actually, we might still be okay because I think we can use this water. We'll have this water to draw on. That was a quick cycle between droughts. I think the one after this will be a bad water. Yeah, suspension bridge would have worked. really need to get this done quickly. What will happen? You see how I've got some explosives here? If I tunnel underneath the explosives, they'll be okay, won't they? They should be okay. I hope they're okay. Because we can tunnel that out and then just build the fill valve here and then detonate that and it should all just link through. He's got 4 pieces of scrap metal. Flooded building. Wait, what? How is the water flow suddenly surged? That usually only happens when you change something. That's really bizarre. I think one floodgate to control the flow of that's probably not enough. Yeah, there's suspension bridges here. So you got suspension bridges that basically span one place to another. So if you want to go like from here to here, and then you've got overhangs that are platforms that literally overhang something. So you can build them like that, an overhang. And don't forget, when they get on there, they can then build things down the side so they can drop things down. So if you're trying to build over a canyon, let's say this was really deep, you could build a suspension bridge over it, and then they could stand on here and drop stuff down that way. So they can drop, like, I don't know, fill valves or something, whatever you're trying to build down in the canyon. You can do it from above. Very useful. Actually, it might be easier from a build perspective if we do that. And then trash those levees and put platforms there. I've just extended their working day. Overtime, chaps, overtime. Yes, that's true. So suspension bridges, you can walk on. Platforms, you can actually build stuff on. In fact, platforms, the overhangs are what you use to do a spiral staircase. Useful for doing grav batteries. Come on, no time for bed. Get building. Got 400 gears. Interesting that the plank supply just cannot keep up with it. I think we need more of these. We've got plenty of logs, so I think we need to build more of these. We build on this and get the power to it somehow. that and metal. Where's metal? Actually, what's our power like before I do this? Okay. Smelter. We don't really have a lot of scrap either. I thought 3 scrap metal guys was going to be enough. Are we through yet? Okay. That project's done. If we now build fill valve here. Wait. Do I have to like get rid of that? Is that going to collapse? Come on. High priority. Let's go. The only thing I'm concerned about if I set that to be 0.6, yeah, that should work. Because the water flows from here, from the main supply, fills this area up, and then it flows through there, and it comes out of here, and it leaves the map. If I allow this water to come into here, it will compete with that one. That one will keep stopping, and the water here is going to back up. Because it has nowhere else to go. At least I don't think it does. Yeah, this is the main water supply. And it flows through here, and then it goes up. Comes all the way up and comes out there. Now, in a drought, we kind of want to have water flow out of here, which I've done by setting that to 0.6. So this one should fill it up, and when there's a drought, that will go down, stop filling this, and then this can take over, is my theory. Right, that is built. Means we can now detonate that. And if we've got it right, that's now online. So that water here is now able to flow into here via that fill valve. So we should be a little bit more drought proof now, because we've got access to this block of water. The only thing we have to worry about is a bad tide. Hang on a minute. When there's a bad tide, doesn't the bad water come out of here? I can't remember. Jeez. Wait a second. No, it doesn't, does it? Good water comes out. The bad water can't come up here. So why would we want to... I don't think we want any synchronization, any weather automation on this. If you only want water to area for the plants, I set the height to 0.5 to 0.7, which I did. During a bad tide, the water source valve will closed. During a bad tide, we shouldn't get bad water coming up here. The only place it comes from is here, but that now controls it anyway. So we don't need automation on here at all. Oh, I remember. It's because the bad water used to come along here. Which I don't think it does, because we blocked it all off. Yeah. Okay, that's a throwback. Because what used to happen is bad water would come down this channel, and it would backflow into here, so we shut it off in a bad tide. Which we don't really need to do anymore. So I think that can just stay at 0.8 all the time. Doesn't need automation. This one's the same. It doesn't need automation anymore. Or this one. This is the automation now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Cool. I can fill what with clean water, Shadowstorm? This thing? Yeah, we could do. The problem is, like, it's tricky. Because what we've done is basically cap this. So there's only that area of water. When this goes bad, it will fill this. And it's literally got a lid on it above it. If we want good water to come up here, we'll also have to deal with the bad water when it comes out. So, I don't know. See, the other thing we could do is just detonate this back. Because I think this is all one level, isn't it? Yeah. So what we could do is just detonate all of this valley out here. And this water would flow into it. So we'd have even more green valley. Right, how's that little project going? How can you not be built? Come on, get over here and deal with it. Right, we're about to have a drought, so I'll wait till the drought before I detonate this, and then we can just fix it. Where will the bad water go? From what, Tupcho? Right. The drought has started. There's the water. If I build a line there, what map is this? It's called pressure. If I build a line here, presume that's enough space for the water to get in and go up. Should be. There you go. So it'll look like that. It'll come through here and then be squished up. comes all the way up here. Right, pups? So it comes all the way up there, fills this bit here. And then it's a case of dealing with the water at that level. It's going to be at whatever level we want it. If it was at that level, it would flow into here. In fact, these gates will let it out at that level, won't they? I don't think we're going to have water up here. It's going to have to be at this level. Like that. That's going to be our water level. Anything else, we're going to have to get rid of the excess. Which means we might want to cap something through here. Or we just let it flow. That's going to... Might have to move all that stuff. Do we want to have all of this flooded? Might as well build triples. Right, that would give us coverage over that. That looks good. Although it would flood into this thing, that's the problem. We allow it out at that level. I think we'd have to do it in stages. Just have it at the lower level first and then bring it up to this level. Otherwise it's just going to flood everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can put a barrier there later. You probably want that for now. Which keeps the water level at this point, but not this point. Have you built a water dumping system for the bad tide? A water dumping system? As in what? Pumped it from one side and put it to the other, or what do you mean by a water dumping system? Oh, these things here. We want to automate these, don't we? We want to say if there's a bad tide event, then it would be 0. If there's not a bad tide event, then it would be unlimited. So that means when there's a bad tide, this shuts off completely. We don't want it. probably want to do the same for this, I think. If there's a bad tide, we just lock it. Don't let water in, don't let water out. Water dumping, get the bad tide off the water map. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you do that all the time. I mean, by default, the map has that built in. I mean, basically, if you dump water, you can get the flow going, right? You can have water flowing if you dump it. So right now, I'd like to get rid of that, but it'll evaporate anyway. We'll leave that. It's probably useful. Right, this looks quite low to me. This upper dam is on 0.3. So I've set that to 0.5. So that should now keep that water back. This will be trying to let it through. This one should now allow water through here. Because... oh, not yet. Because that's on 0.7. Once it's on 0.6, this will flow. You could put a bad bond to pump worse, Nick. Why the heck is all our treated planks gone? What's going on? We have a good supply of planks now, but a really bad supply of treated planks. I can't remember what the hut's called that makes treated planks. The wood workshop. Where is the wood workshop? There, we have one of them. Okay. Probably time to change that. Someone said you cap the treated planks by automation. I did. You can tell it's paused by automation. You can definitely tell that. There. Quantity less than 20. Scrap metal. That would explain it. I guess you need to review these numbers every now and again. Paolo, how you doing? I'm not sure if we use that. Okay. That's created a bit of employment. You needed planks last weekend, so you capped it, stopped them taking it. I remember now. The trouble is you forget to turn this stuff off. We also had this lumberjack on thing. Set reset. That's better. Right, now our metal should start to build up, which it is, and our planks have built up. So now we can build more tube stations. So I think we'll have another one over here. See if we can link through from here to here. Do you know, I really want to get rid of these warehouses now. I know they're cheap platforms, but having that symbol there is just annoying. I'm going to have to jump over this thing. Is this a beaver survival game? Yeah, well. Yeah. It's not just survival. You've got to keep the beavers alive. It's more take control of a map. Grow your colony, deal with logistics. The main theme of the game is water, really. It's all about water. Because the game throws at you different cycles. Like, we're in a drought cycle right now. You can see at the top here. Right up there. You can see we're in a drought. So there's no water flowing. And you've got to manage that because you've got to make sure you've still got enough water for your crops and to drink. Now, additionally, you will sometimes get a bad water event. Bad water is like a toxic water that you can't drink and will kill your crops. So you've got to control the flow of that water across the map so that it doesn't get into your good water. This is the bad water here. But you need bad water because you can extract things from it to make dynamite, and you use dynamite to change the map. You blow sectors of the map up. And additionally, you can use water flow to power buildings because you need power for your factories. House 1, house is not connected to the road. Yeah, I hadn't put the platform back yet. That's fine. So it's kind of logistics management as well. There are resources on the map that you need. Like, you need a lot of wood, so you need to keep growing trees to get wood. But there are different kinds of trees. Like, oak trees take longer to grow, but give you more wood in the end. Pine trees, you can easily let them grow and cut them down and use the wood, or leave them and get the pine resin. And with the pine resin, you can treat the wood to make treated wood, which you can build more advanced things with. So, you know, it's not just a survival game, is what I'm trying to say. Now, it will be easier if we go alongside of that. If the main theme is water, that would explain why they call it Timberborn, kind of like there's no snow and snow runner. I mean, the beavers, aren't they? Beavers, water, that's why they did it. Right. Yeah, beavers, timber, water, it's all related. Yeah, I mean, you do find yourself building dams because you need to control the water flow, so. Do the beavers sleep? Oh, yeah. So at the top right, you set their sleep cycle. So the blue is where they're basically at rest. You can crank up their working hours or reduce it and give them more freedom. So the other thing you need to manage as well is their happiness, which is on the top right, top left, sorry, the well-being. So the well-being average is 9, and you can see there are kinds of things that give you pluses and minuses. At the moment, I'm not really focusing on the well-being, but when you start to give them fun stuff like swimming pools and scratchers and detailers and that kind of thing, give them more variety of food, they start to get happier. And happier beavers work and run quicker as well, so they have tangible benefits. Yeah, so there's like a power wheel. When the water's flowing through here, that turns, powers that building. .24. That only just survives a drought, that area. It might survive better next time. I won't let as much water get out next time. Could do with a stick in here as well. Let's see what's going on with this lot. Yeah, look at that. You can see how much water that's pumped away. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Right, drought's ended, so the water comes back now. Look at that, that all dried out. My God. All that water drained away. That's insane. I think we may have to make this deeper if we're going to start using the water. Because that all went just in that one drought. All that got consumed here. So I think we need a bigger storage here. To do that, we're going to need deeper floodgates as well. Yes, if you drill down onto the map now, like this is flowing. This will be flowing water now. In fact, that should start to come up here, shouldn't it? What's that one? In theory, I might just want to shut this off now and let the water come up. But I don't know if we're ready for it yet. Not quite built this dam. You hollowed out that mountain in the middle for about 70% water and 30% bad water to power the wheel. This is the beauty of this game, Jackie. Like, seriously. Given the same map, right? If you gave this map to like 100 players and then let them play it and then looked at what they'd done, it would be completely different every time. Like, my solutions compared to your solutions are completely different. Right, so how deep? Get that to there. We could channel this out. Just need to be careful about the water level. Because if we deepen this here, it won't go in as far. I'm not too worried about this crop anymore. Okay, we're going to need a lot of explosive now. How much have we got? 190. Jeez, is that it? Okay, well, we'll start down this end. Want to go 2 or go all 3? I suppose if we're going to do it, we might as well make it 3. We'll have more water storage down here. I think you wanted the automation set to season and not bad tied in the new water source valves. At the moment, I'm just letting the water leave the map until we're ready for it. Bad water underwhere, Shadowstorm. There's no bad water down here. Oh, hang on, you mean under here? Oh yeah, good point. Good point. That's a very good point. Hang on. That is really close, isn't it? Flipping heck. Where does all that come from? Is that just from... that one there? Okay, so I need to cut that off before I can do this. That changes everything, doesn't it? Okay, so for now, safely, I can't do a lot of this. Yeah, so we can detonate that and at least get more water capacity, can't we? Safely. Because we're not near that bad water, but we're going to have to go and deal with that, I think. Yeah, this one takes a lot longer to fill, doesn't it? Because It fills up at the same level that this fills back up. It takes it quite a while to get back up to speed, which is why we need to bring this other flow in. This one. Does the game tell you when the bad water and good water flows around the map? Yeah, it's an event. It's called a bad weather event, or bad tide event, specifically. Right, I'm going to start restricting this. We'll send, like, half of the water up. Got more or less got full control. Well, I remember when this game didn't really have bad water tides. It was just droughts or... It was just basically, originally, it was just fresh water or droughts. And you had to handle that. And then they brought in this idea of bad water, and then they started to have bad water tides. And that changed the game quite a lot. I just want to make sure we don't flood these buildings here. That's brought quite a lot of fresh water onto the map, that has. That's cool. It's taking a long time to fill up. Look at this. That's got up to 0.68 over here. It's now allowing it to leave. It's quite a tricky management between these different sets of water, you know? I was so frustrated when they first released the bad water. Now it's boring without it. Yeah, I agree. When they first brought it in, it was just like, what is this? This is crazy. But then very quickly I thought, hang on a minute, this is an interesting dynamic that you really have to deal with. And then you get maps like this that also had explosives on them, which really are tricky. It's absolutely pouring through that. It's pretty good. So we've got all this land that we could use for whatever now. We can, like, drop that level there. Dynamite that down one level. Big water supply. Is to get dirt extraction going soon? So really we need to combine this level, because this level downstream here is lower than this, which is lower than this. And if you want that water to fill this, which we kind of do, we're going to have to detonate this lot down. But that's going to be difficult with the bad water that's underneath this valley here. This lot. This needs to be dealt with. We need to block it off from filling. But even then, during a drought, it's going to take ages to get rid of that. Yeah, no, dog. That's a real consideration on this map. Okay, there you go. That's now flowing. Nice. Potential power source there as well. Hey, Kermit. How's the beaver? It's doing okay. We've got some degree of control going on. We've got good water supply, good food supply. Logs are good. Planks are good. Treated planks are not doing so well. I think we need more of them. It's like 3 hours to make one plank. It's ridiculous. Very awkward buildings. I wish you could get different shapes for the buildings, you know? Like different variations of the shape. So you can get things to fit properly. Time to reorganize. You can't though, can you? I think at some point I'm going to have to reroute this tube around here a bit. Right. Where else do we want to get beavers to? That's finally filled up. Oh, dynamite, that's the thing. We're going to need lots of dynamite. 3 hours to make one. I think we may need more than that. Can we squeak him in if we move the door? Yes, we can. So that'll make more explosive. What's the power supply like? Oh, that's getting close. 2,800 out of 2,500. Your personal peeve is rooftop gardens. Why do they only fit on top of storages? The doorway entrance is often the real killer. Like, they do give you variations of it. Like with that one, if you press F, you can change the door. But why can't you have the door coming out the side? Or why can't there be one version of that that's rectangular? I don't know. Anyway. Because the devs didn't make it. Obvs. Captain Obvious. But why didn't they make it? That's the question. There's a lot of machinery inside that blocks it. Captain Flint, I'm going to let you into a big secret, mate. There's no machinery in there. What is the easiest way of dealing with this? No way. I bet you somebody did ask for it during early access. I bet you they did. If we get... see, a fill valve is effectively a one-way valve as well, isn't it? So I'm thinking... I want to get rid of all this bad water from here. And you can see that it flows this way because it comes up and then drops out of there. The fact that it comes up is entirely unnecessary. It's just the way the map was designed. It could just as easily come out and come that way. But if we put some one-way valves back here somewhere, like that, then when there's a drought, this will stop flowing and that will just drain out of there and it can't get back in because it's a one-way valve. So when the bad water ends, it can't ever come back that way. Above your 3x3 levee platform, there's another water source spilling out bad water. Is it really? What, here? No, there's not. Nope. Nothing there. That's just a blockage. There's no water source here. This is just... It goes down one to here. But that's just dead. Annoyingly, draining that will be a problem. A real problem. But it might just evaporate. But what I want to do is just stop this from filling up. If we can stop this from filling up, it will have a chance to go. I think what we want is a fill valve here. So we can effectively tunnel down and build it. I ain't doing that. There you go. That's what you want. seems to be where we want it. Now, the water shouldn't come up, though, because the pressure is coming off at a lower level, so it won't come up here. So all we've got to do is get our guys up here, which we can do because we've already been up here before. There we go. Sounds cheesy, but could you kill the pressure and dump it off into the void or holding tank? Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can do that kind of thing. When you say the void, you mean you can dump it off the map. You could just reroute it. You just channel it. Okay, they're going to start building that. Just looking good over here. I think our first mine might be there. We got this going yet? Looks like that's now running. Where the heck is he going? Let's make that easier. There's one thing I like about these tubes. I love the way it lights up when you can see beavers traveling on it. That's better than the Folktales one. That just looks cooler. They're taking a long time to build this stuff. Look at that. It's awesome. Right. I'd like to get the well-being up to 10. Let's have a look. What can we do for them? A scratcher. Sounds fairly cheap. Everybody likes a scratcher. A swimming pool. Requires access to water. Cordon lanes for swimming. I think we're almost at the point where we've got enough of a surplus. An exercise plaza. What, do they not get enough exercise? Are you kidding me? Structured group routines to build core strength and flexibility. Give me a break. A wind tunnel. So that requires 400 power. I thought we had a detailer. Apparently we don't have a detailer. We could definitely afford a detailer. 15 core. Yeah, we got all the materials for detailers. How big's that then? Oh, it won't quite fit. It won't fit because that's a stupid thing. If we destroy that, it'll break the flow back here. That's annoying. Going to the gym after coming back from work from a construction site. Can you imagine? We've got to get rid of that. We can't leave that. These guys are lost. Like, well, we can't get back to our homes now. Literally, that one link there was footpathing all of this. All right, long days. Get this done. Custom patterns. No, that's not custom. Let's do that one. They're pretty neat. Okay, hopefully that should bring their happiness level up a bit once you start using them. Tattooing their tail makes them happy. Pretty much. That's what it is. It's the only fun they get, you know? I wonder if you could do that. I wonder if you could make a little squirrel logo for the beavers. Get a custom pattern on there. Be awesome. I think we can get this done. Means now we can get this done. Just take that one away. It should have been fine, but I don't want to risk it. We'll just go to there until we've dealt with this bad water. That would give us more of a reservoir. There's definitely nothing underneath, is there? You just need a PNG in the folder. Yeah, it needs to be the right resolution and stuff, I suppose. I could do it. Let's fire up Photoshop. Are you going to replace all the sacrificial warehouses at some point? I really want to. They're really annoying. They're just so annoying, aren't they? These things. Oh, we could just have a little suspension bridge, couldn't we? No, we can't. Well, we can have one of them, but it takes iron as well because it needs strength. It's easy to do that. I think this is the area we need to drop down as well. Yeah, in the early game, Armin, warehouses are a lot cheaper. Like, if you want to build a platform, it's 6 planks. Whereas if you put down a small warehouse, it's 3 logs. Now that, in the early game, that is a significant difference. Because not only do you need fewer resources, but logs are much easier to get than planks. Much easier. And the only downside to it is that you're just left with this stupid symbol. Building is empty, you know. So it's just, you know, whatever you put here, you're going to end up with an icon. So eventually you kind of come back and go, meh. Let me just get rid of this. I would like to drop this a level, to be honest. Trouble is, can't reach this stuff yet. Actually, I think the easiest thing, rather than doing that, because that's just pointless. What we're better off doing is dropping them down. Is it worth building a throwaway suspension bridge? I don't know. So in theory, we want to go down 2 levels, not 1. If we're going to do it, might as well drop both levels. Well, the cheap version is small warehouse. Small warehouse. Spiral staircase. That's your cheap version. And then they can get into there and just put all that down. We need to get them into here as well, really. The idea is so you can cross the river. Yeah. Don't think they specifically need to cross the river yet. Do that for now, just so they can still get around. Anyway, it's going to be a while because the dynamite production needs to kick off. There's a lot of dynamite going down. We've got 7 unemployment now. Mostly in the holding post. We've got more beds, so we could add another few peeps to the mix. Maybe make that 115. And 3D print some more beavers. Look at that, 0 children. Yes! It's like being on an adult cruise. No kids! Oh god, that is well empty. What's going on here? Where's all the extract gone? We just don't have enough pumps? Oh no, that's the, wait a minute, that's the extract. It's that one. Was it all gone? Oh, we're using it on dynamite, that's why. The bigger dynamite uses the extract, doesn't it? Yeah, there you go. That's where it's all gone. Blimey. I can't even build another one. We don't have enough power here. Look at the power supply. 107, demand 150. Rip. I feel like the flow is really reduced here. I feel like something's changed. What's changed? This is not flowing very well because this is getting severe priority. You know, it might be better if we funnel that one out that way and funnel this one out this way. And then we don't have this conflict zone. Because that would allow that to flow at a better rate, I think. The thing we can do is detonate that and build a second wheel. I might have to do that. Annoyingly, just getting over here is more difficult now because of that. We don't have a fill valve. We have floodgates. But if you look at the level, there's no restriction on the flow here at all. That lake can flow at full speed. We could put a steam engine here, but then somebody would have to bring it water and wood, and we can just get free power from a wheel. Yeah, I think the cross junction is the problem. So what we could do is take out some stuff here. We need to tunnel around there, really. Let's just... go through here. Do that. Build that bar. I should allow the axle to sit on it. 1, 2, 3. Should do it, I think, although they can't reach that. Meh. We need temporary platforms just so they can get there. More building projects. Most of the stuff now needs dynamite, that's the problem. Right, how do we make that into 2 separate flows? That's the question. It's the most economical way to do it. Flooded building. There, not worried about that. Hello, Booper. Yo. I always tell when there's a schmacko been brought in because she gets so excited. You know, so excited to jump up because she wants a little treat. Oh, yeah. There we go. What's a furry streamer? This is a furry streamer right here. Bonnie is a furry streamer. You know, you are meant to chew it a little bit. Yeah, your last one now. Right. That's it. You're done. You are done, little girl. That's all your schmacko gone. No more. Is that Pepper barking? He's so grumpy. Go on, go and play with her. Peter. Yes, I think these are all throttled on extract now, probably. Yeah, they are. Yikes. Didn't see that bottleneck coming. They won't need extract. They do. Little rip. Right, we need that built ASAP so we can get some more extract going. The outflow is a problem. The pond would fill up. The inflow to the waterfield is too weak. So you think it's this? Let's see. This comes from here. Which is pushed in from here. Ah, its power's being split. There's the source, and its power goes that way. Where does that go? Okay, so half of its power's going into this thing. Okay, right, I see what's going on here. Interesting. Interesting. So this is being filled up. So really, most of this is actually flowing that way, and it's going down that channel, joining that fresh water and leaving. So actually, if we was to cap this off, all of the power would go that way. That's a dead end, and all of it would flow to the lake. So we really need to kind of get over here and do something about this. That is here. That's not a million miles away. Wait a minute. Does this come up and then down? This is coming into here. They're separated, so it goes up. It goes up here and then down that hole, doesn't it? So we can control it from here. We can control... Well, we control either. Either the input or the output or both. And luckily for us, there's a drought coming. Which means this is about to stop. So this will drain away. We can get in here and put something here. We could put some valves on it. And a lid. Okay. That's not going to work, is it? Right, they can't get here, so we can start building it. Project Cat V2. Comes in from there, doesn't it? But the only thing we need to do is put the fill valve. Ideally, you want the fill valve like here, but we can't get to it to build it. So we could just stick it here. And that seals it off, I think. So once we make it so they can come this way, they can build that. Once that staircase is done, they can build that. Now, do we want to control the outflow or just leave it, do you think? I think we just leave it for now, because we can just cap it later if we want to do something. Once we can control the input, we can stop it and deal with something. Do we need this lake? Well, this is super important. This is our header tank at the moment. Now, once that bad water's gone, we could use this as a extra body of water. But we'd have to plug that hole, because that basically goes down a sinkhole to here. That's a dead end, I think. No, it's not. That is a dead end. This water basically flows along here. And then it goes this way and leaves the map. That's our water supply that used to push as well. But this basically goes along here and then pushes upwards and leaves the map here. So that bad water flows from that corner of the map all the way down here. It's crazy. Like the water source is under here.
Can't wait for Transport Fever 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, mate. But once we block that off, this thing, all of its power is going to come this way. Which means it's going to come flying through here. And then it's going to come flying through that. It's going to come flying down here. So it could get interesting. It could get very interesting. Ideally, you'd want a fill valve there, so you can control, or a throttle valve, so you can throttle the rate. There's another bad water source in that tunnel that floods if you cap the source you're trying to manage now. Learned that the hard way. I think the one you're talking about we already dealt with, if you mean this one. You mean this one, which we already dealt with here? Or do you mean a different one? Yeah, that we dealt with that one a while back. So we're all good, I think. Are they still not built this? What are they doing? What? Oh, come on, game. Come on. Give me a break. All that time not realizing that was disconnected. Six injured beavers, 3 on staff buildings, building lacks goods, building lacks power. There you go, they're coming through here now. Okay, building this just as we're about to get a drought. Nope. That stopped the wheel. Now, hopefully, they will build that one before they build that one and not be stupid. Do really, really, really want to put fill valves here or something, a throttle valve. See if you could put those there. You could control the flow if it's too much, you could slow it down. Why is the power measured in horsepower? Wouldn't it make more sense to have beaver power? I don't know, maybe beavers used horses to measure their power originally. They obviously used to ride horses. It is funny though, like, technically speaking, we should be talking about kilowatts. But nobody really understands kilowatts. Like, everybody understands horsepower for cars and stuff, don't they? But kilowatts is like this ethereal number. You still need to turn into the tunnel in the corner to new water wheel. Yep. I was going to let myself get through here so I could put a throttle valve here. Was the master plan. Put that there. And then put that there. Just trying to squeak through there. M. Hoffman, thank you for 72 months.
I'd love to see a squirrel playing a beaver using a horse skin ross.
Oh, look at these little... Look at this. Look at these little scratches. And these detailers. Unable to get required materials. Oh, it needs extract. Of course it does. We've built these detailers, but right in the middle of an extract crisis. It's like, oh, we're releasing a new Steam controller thing, but right in the middle of a memory crisis. You didn't connect the pass-through tunnel because it didn't exist a minute ago. So my thought is we then have a throttling valve here. Along there like that. I think they need a platform before they can build it. Then we control the input. How is that still too far? It's too far from a district. Literally isn't. RAM is still crazy, Tuscan, yeah. RAM is just nuts. Oh, it's just because of platforms. Right. Okay, they'll figure it out. Low limit. Unlimited. At least that way, if all hell breaks loose when the bad water comes back, we can at least control the flow. Here's a question. Why is the bad water stopped? Hang on a minute. No. Seriously, why is the bad water stopped? We're not in a drought. Oh, we're in a drought. No, drought approaching. Why is it stopped? Something's wrong. It's all going that way. That's so weird. I don't get that. I didn't make any changes yet, so why is this suddenly changed? Right, here we go. Yeah. I mean, PC prices are nuts. Like, Valve have already said the Steam thing's going to be more expensive now. Has your flow changed with the fresh water coming up through the overall pressure underneath? I don't think so. I do hope. Oh, we got a 6-day drought. Flipping heck. Flipping heck. Okay, well, we've got some extra water here. Not that we can do very much with it, but, you know. They've not finished that yet. They've not finished that yet. And we can't make extract because we have no power. Hmm. Maybe we do just slap a steam engine down. And then we've got bad power, even in a drought. Yeah, we can't do 6 days without any extract. That's insane. We're going to have to build something quickly. Right, do that first. I mean, I think they've finished it. means we can now get rid of this stuff. I don't know if that would help it or not. Glad you built your current desktop right before the year price spikes, yeah. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon either. Thing is, with an improved flow of bad water through here, is this going to be able to cope with it? Well, let's assume we've got at least 2 years of AI data center expansion, right? Before the bubble bursts on the whole thing. The RAM you bought for your rig was 129 32 gig DDR5. It's now 649. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like 32 gigs of second-hand laptop RAM is 200 quid. New, it's 500. Bonkers. You wonder how big of a burst it'll be? I think it'd be quite big. The more edges the water moves over, the faster the flow is. The more edges it moves over. No, I've not finished dynamiting. I'm trying to think what I was doing now. This was one project. Okay, this is going to need logs and water nearby. It's got the logs. Doesn't have the water. Okay, now they're currently centrifuge on is pausing it, probably because of a bad water, I think. Hang on, which one is that one? There you go. So if it's the reservoir comes on if it's not a drought. So it won't, in theory, matter because we've already got power 24/7 now. Just set it all for now. Pass through. What does that do? Automation loop, brilliant. Well, we'll just have it pass through until we change the logic. Are they building the cover the bad water hole? No, they're not. Thank you. That's what I was doing. That was the project I was trying to think. There you go. This is what we need. That should allow them to do this. ASAP. We've got 4 days to get that built. It'd be interesting to see how Windows 12 subscriptions go. I mean, this is the thing, like Microsoft has been trying to add AI into Windows, right? Now they've started to back it out because users don't want it. But AI computation is not free. You know, it's costing Microsoft a lot of money. Now, right now, they're running on investment money to do it. But there's going to come a time when, like you say, if you want to use AI and it's baked into your OS, they're going to want you to pay for that. You're going to have to pay for that. It's computation somewhere. And nobody's going to pay for this. Target height 0. There we go. That's now shut. That is now done. Do we want to do anything with this while we're here? Which way does that even go? Goes either way. That was a dead end. That dead end? Nope. That drops away. Yeah, it's not quite a dead end. It's been evaporating for quite a while. But if we want to control it leaving, we need to stop it going out that way. Can't build it though. If we build it here, we need to put levees on it and get rid of that box. Okay, we'll let them build them too, and then we'll detonate that. Oh, it's F1. Oh, crikey. Jeez, I lost track of the time. Thank you. 15, day 18. Right, chaps, we're going to take a little break here. Going to go and watch the F1. It should be about 2 hours' time, unless things overrun. So, in theory, I'll be back here at 4 o'clock, and it's 2 o'clock now. I'll be back at 4-ish when the F1 ends. Enjoy the break. Enjoy the F1 if you're watching. If you're not watching it, enjoy your lunch or whatever you're doing. I'll be back in about 2 hours' time. Bye for now. Welcome back to part 2. Hey, we're on time because nobody completely binned it. All good. Right, what was we doing? Oh, I remember. We was blocking something off over here. That was it. There we go. Right, I've just noticed something. I was looking at the population and thinking, why have we got 26 occupied beds? And then I thought, why have we only got 94 beavers? And then I looked at this and was supposed to have 115. So I thought, surely we're 3D printing some. And then I realized that in order to 3D print some, they need extract. And extract is the one thing that we completely ran out of because we've been using it on dynamite. Which made me realize that not only do you need extract for beavers, right? But if you want to get metal later, you also need it. Look at this. You need it for the mine. So extract in this build in Iron Teeth will stop you from breeding and stop you from getting metal. In other words, pretty critical. So, yeah, we better make sure that this little setup stays online. We get the explosives. That is the most important thing. If we don't have a centrifuge, we don't have population, we don't have anything. So we're going to need another centrifuge, definitely.
Thanks for almost 13 years of great content, and happy early Father's Day.
It does have 2 recipes, Farazon, but it's still pretty necessary for breeding. In other words, it's a critical path, isn't it, basically? Get rid of that. Boeing, thank you for 154 months. Happy early Father's Day. That's like 2 weeks' time, Boeing. But thank you. Yeah, we just lost 2 more, so we're down to 92. So we better get some extract going very quickly. It's going to be 3 days before that starts moving again. So I think what we need right now, we've got the planks. Yes, we've got plenty of planks. Let's get this thing going ASAP. Because we won't be blowing much up and we won't be breeding without any extract. We've got the bad water, okay, we're not a problem. But extract, big problem. And these now won't run if we've got 2 of these running and only on that power supply. So at some point we're going to need another power as well. Another steam engine. Thank you for 103 months, Squirrels and Nutter. Okay, I don't want to commit to too much building right now because we've got a few things on the go. Well, this is being made, but this is going to run out of extract. Okay, they're getting on with this. I really need that. There we go. Right, now the trick here is not to detonate that until they finish that one. Otherwise, because once that's gone, they won't be able to walk around and finish that one off. So this one here is flowing out, isn't it? So in theory, I want that to flow. There you go. Unlimited. Now that's coming back. Let's not do that. I'll figure it in a minute. Let's get it built first. We'll figure it out. Where's the there we go. Right, we've got 2 steam, no, 1 steam online. Fast that. Okay, in terms of water and stuff, we're doing okay. This is on 0.5 meter down here. According to this part is on about to run out of water up here because this has tipped into this now. So it's going to get pretty dry in a minute. Still not enough water in here, but once this is detonated, we should have enough water supply. How's this going? Right, let's detonate that. Okay, that's getting close now. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, and you there. I think we need a double to get through. How the beavers buy, mate? Well, at the moment, we need more of them. So we're quickly trying to get this online. Then, you know, the other problem is we're short of beavers to do the work, so if we're not careful, we're going to end up in a death spiral. We need to stop blowing things up, and then we stop using the extract. That's where we're at. Yeah, this is all dried out now. If you can link these through, that'll be much better. Okay, this is now finished. Let's see what happens to the flow. That's capped off. Why is that not flown away from the map? Oh, I see. It can't. That'll never flow away in its current form, will it? That's interesting. We're just having to wait for that to evaporate, I think. This is capped now, I think. So, once the drought ends, it shouldn't be able to come into here anymore. Is the theory. I'm just going to save it before I do this. Day 21. You clear water source to push the bad water. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, right, we are now through. Right, so the point of that was so that I could put a valve there, wasn't it? Because there's a water source. We want to get rid of this water here, I think. And the water comes up through this. So it's going to push through here, and we don't want it going that way. That's what we're trying to achieve. The whole point of that was so that we can drop the not the fill valves. There you go, those things. We just did it as one. Yeah, that's all it needs. So once they build this, when the drought ends in a minute, it's going to try and push water back up there. This will stop it. I'm going to tell them to work a very long day today, because I really want this finished. Come on, work into the night, get it done. They're on overtime. Is it done? I don't think it's done. Oh, it is done. Okay. You can go to bed. Well done. Okay, this is where we find out if any of that has completely broken it. Because a few things are going to happen now. We've got this here, which I'm hoping will push the water that way. We've got this over here, where the bad water should no longer come out of this. The pressure from that will now be this thing. Can't go through there anymore, so it has to all come this way, which means it's going to pour out of here, which means these should be a lot more powerful now. But that also means there's going to be a stronger flow coming along this bit, which is going to chuck dirty water through here. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Did the valve go the wrong way? I really hope not. I feel like this is not kicked off properly. Right, if we truly want to drain this thing, we're going to have to drill a hole through here at this level. It's the only way we're going to get that done. This is flowing now. So that should be coming out of here. There it goes. Okay, that's doing that. It's one of the maps that comes with the game, but it's one of the more challenging one. There you go. So that is no longer going that way. So all that flow is coming this way now, which is what we expected, which means it now pushes up here. And then we've got a new valve here, which is currently set to unlimited flow. So we'll see what happens. Holy smokes. That one's 180 horsepower out of that and 300 out of this one. It's insane. Now that's going to then lift it over there, and that's going to go full tilt down there is what should happen once this fills up. Ooh, we've actually got surplus extract. Look at this. 1 bit of extract. They need to go and use it on this. Breeding halted awaiting nutrients. This needs to be a priority. Otherwise, they're never going to do this. Trying to keep my eye on what this bad water does. Okay, once that gets up to full flow, it's going to start pouring out here. Hey, YouTube, say something lol. There it comes. The danger is that the flow is so great it pushes over this thing. Oh, that's quite a strong current there now. Look at that. $700. That wheel's up to 700. And 400. Flipping heck. I think we can put that on an automation for when there's a drought. So when there's a drought, we can turn it on. Otherwise, we're just not going to need it. Got 992 supply off those wheels. That's awesome. I suspect this one would flow better if we actually put something here. That's some pretty strong flow. Yeah, I was just going to say, I literally just spotted that, Kirk, but getting over here's the problem. Do you reckon if it'll... Oh my god. Just going to do that to give it a bit better flow as well. There you go, 800. See, if I put a platform here, is it going to disrupt the flow? Shouldn't do. Okay, that's not flooded, which is good. This hasn't spilled over, that's good. And that's under control, which means that that is now isolated. Now, here's a question. If I was to get rid of... Where are they? Can't find it now. There it is. If I was to get rid of these... Okay. This bad water here will pour there. But because this is open, it should be able to evaporate. Is the theory. Well, I say it's open. I don't want it to come out of here. I do want it to evaporate. How do I get it to evaporate? Can you get fresh water into it to dilute it and push it away? Not easily. Not under pressure. Because this water here is also sat at one level. Water evaporates underground too in this game, I believe. Okay, that's something I wasn't sure about. This drops down to this level, which comes to here. So I can't really get all of that gone until this is gone. And I can't easily get rid of this. I have nowhere safe to take it. Right, 3D printers are going to be running for a while, catching up now. If water evaporates underground, we should be okay. Now, given all this power we've got, we have a real shortage of workers going on. Real shortage. It's amazing how hard that's kicked us. Because now we've just got 23 vacancies and can't get things done. Can't we open a hole and pump it on top? I mean, in theory, yes. In practice, you'd have to drill down quite a way. It's doable, but you'd have to detonate down to that water. And then you'd need a deep bad water pump, which requires no power, but requires 1 or 2 beavers, I think. So we could put one of them there, pump it away. Okay, this is ready. That's going to create a bit more water buffer for this. I can't detonate anymore because that bad water's underneath. Yeah, the kabooms are some of the best parts of this game. You can see the effect it's having on the ground. Okay, it looks like we've 3D printed a bunch because we've only got 11 vacancies now. I'm not going to put any explosives down, just so that we can build our supply back up. Kind of feel like I want another one of these as well. I want to have a lot of extract available. You need more breeders just keeping up the population. They're trying to work through a backlog. I don't know how many we need. Right, these don't need extract. Also, if you look at the scrap metal, look at this. Do you remember how big that was? Not very long ago. And now it's just seriously depleted. That is really worrying. Really worrying, that is. So we're already going to have to think about the next supply, which is potentially over here, or here, which is miles away. Or our first mine, which costs a lot of stuff. We're going to have to increase our production of planks, or at least our storage of planks, because we're going to start needing planks just to even get metal once we put that online. Because that thing requires 1 sparkly plank to get 5 metal. And a sparkly plank has to be converted from a log into a plank, then from a plank into a sparkly plank. And that's a lot of effort. So, where's our storage of sparkly planks? There. These storage boxes are nowhere near big enough to my liking. We'll make sure we've got plenty of them. They can be shipped out from this station this way. Is that the nearest mine? The other one's here. Is that easier to get to or worse? I think we have another station here and then one over there. That'll give us good connectivity. Because we are going to be doing a lot of building work around here. We need to get over there before we run out of metal, basically. It is time to extend the tube network, I agree. Thanks, game. Thanks for auto-saving. Oh, we have to elevate it over here. There we go. And then we'll put the proverbial storage outside. Shall not put that there. case we want to build a tube into there. Right, logs, planks, and metals. Little storage hub. Let them crack on and build that. Extract is looking good. We've still got 29 vacancies. Yeah, if we've just got enough breeding pods, then we can avoid this problem altogether, can't we? Because we can just print people, like, back when we need them. Man, I think it's flying. Look at that. We're getting 800 horsepower out of each one now. It's nuts. So a steam engine does 400 horsepower, right? And that one is doing as much as 2 steam engines. And we've got 2 of them. So when there's no drought, that's basically 4 steam engines. Crazy. If only we could link that power network to this one. Requires logs. It's doable. We've got a lot of logs. Probably should link them, to be honest. I'd have to come this way. You'd have to get the power from here, somehow up onto there, and then across here. And then we can have a bigger factory without more steam engines. Yeah, that's not easy. Steam has been proven inefficient. Ooh, shots fired. Overhangs are good for that, clearing over things. Do you mean overhangs on what? On footpaths or on something else? See, I'm confident we can get our power network from here up there. No problem at all. It's this last stage that's going to be the real pain. I think the best way might be to just cut through these trees and then go up. It's probably worth doing, though. I think you need more bad water pumps. It's almost empty. You're probably right. I think we're consuming a lot now. $91. Yeah, I mean, basically all the bad water's being turned into extract, isn't it? That's what's going on. take power from here. Alright, we need to get rid of some stuff, don't we? Get rid of them. Make sure they can get down there. Hey, warp now. Right, all the 3D printers are built. Use overhanging sea dams to remove trees. I mean, we could do. I don't know if it's worth it or not. He was halfway through knowing that, you know. $1,800 science for that. That's crazy. And then we've got the fun of reverse building. You got 41k. Yeah. You know. Save it up. The question is, where do we connect? So I'm looking at that building there. I'm thinking it's power connectors in the middle. I think we might have to do it here just so I can connect onto this thing. How's usually a good way to transport power vertically sometimes? Houses. Why? Do we keep this elevated? You're coming along with a power line like that. You have to step it quite up, aren't you, to get to here? Do that, basically. They connect to the network and are too tall. I didn't think houses transmitted power. There's no way they're going to be able to get to most of this right now. You think all buildings do now? I did not know that. I'm completely out of bad water. We're still only up to 93. Seriously, how many 3D printing pods do we need? Yeah, I don't know. Where's the bad water trend? Let's have a look. Stats. Bad water storage. Look, it's gone down from 300 to steadily declined. Water's good. Scrap metal. That's not good. 0. We're just using everything that everything we're taking, we're using. It's a pretty strong flow as well. We could get power over here if we wanted it. 4,000 science. 300. 300 magic planks. What? I love this mine. It cleans you out of magic planks and then wants more just to give you metal. 450 gears we can do. 300 logs, no problem. 300 magic planks. Insane. Absolutely insane. Look at that. Just no extra haulers or builders when you need them. It's dad joke time. Oh, God. Come on, Warp 9. Hit us with it. have to make it so we can actually get down there. You're a dad, you have a few stored. Why did you build a storage underwater there? Because it's cheaper than building a platform. Basically. Well, the suspension bridge isn't going to help too much. They still won't be able to reach all of it. Like, even if I put it across here, they can build that, but they can't touch this. But I think we'll have one over here. Just so they can get over. Your dad as well. Your daughter's 34 years old. Now, this is going to have to be redone. But not yet. I wonder if she's set about... I can't build that pump yet. If I build that pump to pump bad water, I literally don't have enough beavers to do the job. So we've got 28 vacancies. It's absolutely crazy. Let's think. 28 vacancies on top of basically 100. We need at least 130 just to cover things. We might have to go 140 on this. We've got 24 beds. Nine injured. I think your injuries are causing the problems, aren't they? What is it they're doing to get... I wish it told you why they were injured. These guys, we just don't have enough med base for this. What places? I feel like we're getting more of the injuries than normal, though. Let's get these back to work as quickly as possible. The scrap metal situation's causing me concern. Don't really have any low-hanging fruit nearby. It's going to be a long trek to get more. How often does the mine produce stuff? 1.8 hours produce 5. And how often do they produce stuff? Oh, God. It doesn't actually tell you how much that produces per hour. Come on, need to get that finished off. Another drought. I was expecting another bad tide this time. Setting off the squeaky bike horn. Mickey, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs, Mickey. Thanks for your support. If you just got a sub, please give Mickey Learjet 1 a thank you. Refresh your page so you don't get any more ads on Twitch. We need more details, Kirk. We need more details, mate. When a beaver gets injured, you should be able to see which workplace injured him, and then you can sort of do something about it. I found that when you cap control bad water, then the bad tide events seem to occur less often. Are you saying the game adapts? Needs to fill out an incident report exactly. That's exactly what we need. So we're absolutely fine for berries. I'll make sure this is filled up a bit for the drought that's coming. See, our metal supply is going down because we don't have enough workers to make scrap metal. This is worrying. So that's online, which is good. So we've got connectivity now across the major part of the map. Thanks, Mickey. This power network's taking forever. See, if we have to go there to get scrap metal, which I think we're going to have to, it's such a long way back. That one is just crazy buried. But maybe easier to get through just with platforms. But just getting the stuff back is quite tricky because it goes through here. Fun fact, gifting a gift sub crashes the Xbox Twitch app for some reason. Rip. Might be time for a mine. But the problem with the mine is, look at the investment. You need 300 magic planks. We've got 200. So that's a big investment in planks. And then we have to feed it magic planks. The nearest mine is here, which is why I started to get that station to here. Struggling to build stuff. What does the bad water do, White Fakes? The bad water does two things. Well, just a few things, actually. Whenever you see bad water, you see this contamination nearby. You can't grow anything on that. So anywhere where there's contaminated water, either on the surface or underground, contaminates the blocks around them. It's like 6 blocks or something. If your beavers go in it, they get contaminated. And if you don't treat them, they'll die. In order to treat them, you need extract, which is like bad water that you've taken and processed. And then you build a med bay for them, which is like a, I call it a Bacta tank. But it's basically one of these. A decontamination pod, which has to be fed with extract, and then they get into that and they splash around and they come out okay. If you don't have one of them, they'll just slowly die. So you don't want your beavers going in it. So if you need to build, you need to build over it. That's what the bad water does. When you get a bad water tide, all of your water sources turn into bad water. So you need to control your water sources, because a bad water tide, wherever you're getting your water from, yeah, on the map, and on this map they're quite tricky, so they're underground generally. So here, like this is a water source. When there's a bad water tide, that will pump out bad water. So really what you want to do is block it, so that when there's a bad water tide, you just stop it from, like, transmitting any water. Or divert it off the map. But you don't want to go into your main water, because if they drink that, they get ill. Right, so if we want to get this mine, 4,000 science. Gonna look like that. And then we just need to figure out how to get there. Does the block contamination recede? It will go away when there's no longer bad water near it. Right, that gets us to it, and that's the nearest station so far. And then we would likely need some storage. Or scrap supply. Recipe. Scrap metal. It'll have to be the basic one for now. Yeah, we're gonna need planks here, aren't we? Nope, we need treated planks. Obtain. Right, let's see if we can get that going. That's our long play. Ideally, we can get a station over here so that we can start moving stuff quickly. But I don't want them to be building too many things at once. And we're trying to catch up on population numbers. Thing is, all this flow is going to stop shortly, which means these wheels stop spinning. So that's going to come back on. I wonder how deep that water is there. That, to me, looks like you can see where it's evaporated. Because this is full, right? This one is down a little bit. So, like, it's slowly evaporating. I wonder if it evaporates underground the same as the same rate that it evaporates on the surface. Did they ever, like, code this so that if you've got water, if you've got a given amount of water, that's like 25 cubic meters of water, if you spread it out thin, does it evaporate quicker than it fits in like a narrow column with a small space on top? Do you know what I mean? Does it evaporate quicker or slower, or do you just not model that at all? Does it just gradually dissipate no matter what? Did anybody actually test it? It does change. There's a website that did the math. Okay, so what's going on, like, underground then? Like, underground evaporation. Wide but not sunlight open. There's a YouTube video about evaporation. Can you give me the summary? Calculation is based on the surface, not on the volume. Okay, so if I've got a situation where I've got that, so those blocks of water are only one block high, but there's a lot of area, but it's underground. What would that go at? What would that evaporate at? Indigo, funnily enough, if you give AI a video and say summarize this video, it'll like watch it at rip speed and give you the summary. Every tile of water has 6 sides. Yeah. Every side touching another side full of water has a reduced rate of evaporation. Okay. Right, so that's turned back on, which is good. Good job we kept that going. The old simple rule was water drops about 0.045 meters per day, so one full block lasts 22 days. That's now more of a rough mental model. Since Update 6 added true water 3D physics, evaporation is more shape dependent. The current official wiki says small pools and narrow channels are bad. while larger, wider connected bodies lose less per block, although they may still have total exposed water. Does it make any mention about underground as opposed to surface water? We still have 7 injured beavers. What is going on? What are they doing? Okay, that's in place. They're taking water from here, running it across there. Yeah, that's got to stop. No priority. Also, if they actually built this, they wouldn't be doing that. Overtime. A lot of factories have at least a medium chance of injuries. I feel like it's a bit high. Look at this, 12 injured. 12? Like, that's like over 10% of my workforce is injured at any one time. And injured beavers don't do anything. They just sit around for 3 days. Absolutely crazy. Mate, bots. Bots are a whole nother level of admin. Well, at least we're back up to 100. 20 spare beds. I was surprised this game is still over $20. Must be pretty good. Mate, go to Steam and see what the rating is. It's been overwhelmingly positive for years. Well, we're on 20-hour workdays. The only trouble with 20-hour workdays is they get a bit unhappy. If you look how unhappy they're getting now, they're down to 6. Mostly from injury and hunger. And it's not because we don't have food. We have plenty of food. It's because they don't get time to eat. I did start boosting their well-being. I gave them give them lovely detailers and scratches and stuff. There's a lot of stuff to move. Yeah, I've dialed it back. Got a bit longer now. See how long this water stays up. That's nearly gone now from here. What's going on here? What is that? That's so random. when there's a drought, we can go to... go lower and let the water come back. That's what we're trying to do. So that way we use some of this as well to fill this up. Which gives us extra header tank capacity. If it got really desperate, we could open this. But that would kill off anything here. Probably get a big happiness boost just by unlocking a bunch of decorations if you haven't already. Just sitting the path. The where? Wait, what? What do you mean unlocking a bunch of decorations? You mean different styles? It doesn't help when there's no extract here. What do you mean by unlocking a bunch of decorations? If you decorate near the homes, it costs less because you need less to build less. Well, this is right next to the homes, isn't it? We have loads of med beds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 beds and 8 injured. I was on 9 well-being, but then people got injured. And I'm also working them quite hard right now because I don't want to run out of metal. This metal supply is nearly done. I'm not too worried about the well-being. I can get that back. You think he means... oh, it means putting down decorations. Right. As opposed to these decorations. Got you. So you mean putting this stuff down, right? Like a beaver statue or whatever. Yeah, it's all about stuff they walk past, isn't it? That's what triggers them. You want it in high traffic areas. For example, right outside of a station. You put that there. They get a boost every time they walk past it. A bell. It rings at the beginning and end of a working day. Oh, God. Can we at least put it on a platform? Basically, almost every single beaver has to go past this station. Because they come out of the houses and go to work via that station. So, they're going to get a boost walking past that stuff. Scrap metal's on 0. Population's up to 109, though. Okay, that is now built. That's like being at the New York Stock Exchange. At the opening, closing bell. Brilliant. Either that or there's a wrestling match going on. Yeah, these pine trees have been dead for a long time, but I'm not worried about them. Okay, this is now done. Okay, so that's pretty good. We've still maintained full water level down here. We've got plenty of water left in here now. So I think that's fairly adequate water supply for the drought. How's that getting on? It's a long, long, long way to go. I feel like these guys are emptying a lot of water very frequently. At some point I might have to move these pumps. Bring them near to this station. Maybe stick them here. Yeah, I mean, these trees here, I'm not sure what we're doing with them. The forester's already set to... Oh, replant dead trees, not marked for cutting. Yeah, he could do, I suppose. Or do something with him. I built this before we built our main kind of logging section here. I really don't think that we need this. So I might wipe it and convert it into something else. Well, if this is folktales, I'll just put a zip line here and connect it to that station. And it'd be like, zink, zink. I'm going to have to build a tube across here anyway, so I might come this way at some point. I kind of want to build a tube over to this bit. Because I really don't fancy them doing this. Moving metal around. That takes planks and metal. God, we're going to run out of this soon. We are going to run out soon. If I do that, I'll be able to start building this thing. See, this is a question. Like, do we just drop the tube to the ground and run along the ground? Or do we keep it elevated? It costs more planks to keep it elevated, but it's more future-proof, because if you put the tube along the ground... I mean, we could even do that here, just run the tube along the side here. But you're limiting yourself later. Put it on top of the path. Wait, what? Why would you do that? I'm gonna get rid of that from here. Do we want the station going to here? That's the question. I suppose we build it the cheapest way we can now, and then just, if we need to, just change it later. You can run it into the water without support. Yeah. Ah, yeah, but the downside of that is I'd have to bridge them down though, wouldn't I? I can do that. Presume you still need the vertical one. Can't go from here, can you? Right, let's build this before we build the rest of the mine, I think. So we'll put this on normal for now. Put this on normal. And get that done. The rod wasn't connected where you put the tube in the water. Good spot. I really want to get this online before this runs out. You can direct the build from a tunnel. You can indeed. Are we saying that they can travel down this pipe and then build this platform underneath? Like, they could get halfway along this tube and then just build the platform and then the tube. That's amazing. Beavers are amazing. They build in front of the tube. Okay, water's flowing back. Right, how is the bad water getting on down here? Oh, that's evaporating nicely now. Look at that. That's gone down a fat chunk, that has. So once this is gone, it won't ever come back. And then the next stage is this. This will go after this one's finished. Once that one's gone, we can start thinking about making this bigger. And also, all of this blight will go as well. I'm going to put these on normal as a sort of a secondary forestry. Right, we've got extra builders. Population slowly creeping back up. I'm surprised they didn't do more here. Detailer, scratcher, beaver statue, bell. Decorative clock. Get to work! Decorative clock. How big's that then? Could do with sacrificing some berries here just so we've got some more space. Tell you what we'll do. Give them more berries here. And we'll take them away from here. You can add shrubs and lanterns. I'm gonna add things here. Right past Central Station. We're down to 2 vacancies. And 8 injured beavers. If they weren't injured, we'd actually have unemployment, I think. 1 homeless. What? Okay, we might have to get that done. I think we need another bad water pump, to be honest. Can they be mirrored? Yes. Lovely. More food storage. I mean, I could do more food storage here, to be honest. Like if you want more berries, more coal rabies. One there, one there. Still got 2 available. I feel like they've not threshed this out at all. I think I forgot to change the priority on that. Yeah, I'm still on 18-hour working days. And they're still reasonably happy. And we're getting more done. It's all good. Right, decorations. Where's that clock? Love that. No, we won't. We will have... Does it? It doesn't have to. I'm going to have it facing this way so I can see it. Otherwise, we won't see it. Aesthetics beaver. Brazier. They're a bit bigger, aren't they? Oh no. Only a square. Look at that. Should bring up the happiness a bit. Oh yeah, now we've got it. Now we've got the tube going. Right, let's focus on this lot now. That's going to considerably speed them up. Hang on, why these guys walk into here just to feed those supplies? What are you carrying? Carrying 1 log. What, to here? Don't need to prioritize. I think I might move these to here now. Oh, we're not that far from this, you know. That is a tube stop away, that is. Now we've got that one. I think that's a goer, you know. Put some scavenger things here, get the tube network up there, put a station here, and then this is about to go. All these workers can then move over there. This station becomes dead for a while. I think that's a solution. Do we focus on that before this? That's the question. Probably should. We can just build this slowly, to be honest. Let's put these back to normal. We'll do this instead. Of course, how they get up there's a different story. I suppose they could just build the tube out. They don't need to. Hey streamer, do more kabooms. I'm just going to ignore that comment. See, I think we want these outside of the stations. It's more useful to have that near a station than it is to have these now. Then we'll get rid of these. That well-being score. It's all going up now, isn't it? We've still got unemployed. More efficient to do that, I think. Okay, I think we've taken care of our metal supply. One of the minor flags is the wrong way, is it? Don't think so. Good to me. Need a path by the new scrap metal tube stations to storage. Is that what you mean? Why have I got beavers walking along the footpath when they can take this super fast? What are they doing? Need to rejig all of this. This is old school stuff. We literally don't need any of this anymore. Because we just block it anyway. This was all to do with diverting bad water in the early days. Beat up, thank you for 97 months tier 3. Let's have a look what we've got. Oh yeah, we had that project going. Okay, this can go. This can go. I score of 15. Yeah, I need to sort out this water pump thing. I really wish there was plumbing in this game. I wish you could connect a water pump by some kind of plumb line rather than have to have beavers run over and get pails of water. It's actually annoying. Yeah, I'm going to move these pumps. I don't want them here anymore. I want them here. I'm just slowly building that out. As soon as I build out to the station, they can then build the rest of it. 10 injured beavers. Give me a break. I swear, when I was playing Folktales, we didn't have anywhere near this many number of injured beavers, and I don't know why. Are the Folktales just hard here? Yeah, I've got to put down more kabooms. Not sure if we need 140, actually. 130 we'll stop at. We've already got 2 unemployed, and we've got 12 injured, so we'll stop at 130. 19th work harder, is that what it is? Just get that one down. We can detonate. Your Iron Teeth plushie is on its way from China. Wait, what? Are you serious? Where's that, Atomic? Is that like on Temu or something? Did they do a folktale one as well? I want a plushie. How big are they? They're like that big. This is about, it's nearly halfway evaporated. This upper level is gone now. Look at that. It's all gone. Just this lower level. It was an official event from the devs via the Makership. I missed the first one with the folktales. Have you got a link to that, Junkie? Is that still available? Can't believe that. Let's see if I... This is gonna, when we do open this, it's gonna fill up with, once that's dry, we can detonate down. And that'll fill that bit, which we can never get to, but that's fine. It was a kind of a Kickstarter. No. So we've missed out, is what she's saying. Dang it. Maximum depth 6 meters. Have a look. Ended 28th of March. Oh, man. That's pretty fun. I like the way it's got a detachable, like, hammer thing. Ships out on the 21st of June. Could you just change the delivery address to my address, Atomic? I'll make sure it has a good home. Man, can't believe that. I hope they do that again. What's below this? Nothing. Can sub for email updates. Well, they're not going to run it again, are they? First one ended October 2024. So basically, it's going to be like another 2 years before they do it again. Oh, come on. We need to petition the devs. We're still building this. Wait, that's just voodoo. They've come along here and somehow built that. What's he done? Like, got to the end of this pipe and just, like, leaned around and be like... Let me just build that. And then he's built that one, then built that pipe. It's just ridiculous. The fact they've built this before the station is just mind-blowing. He just reached out the pipe and done it. It was $40. I'd have still got one. One thing we can look at doing, though, is knocking this back. We could make all of that green. All of it. Just with water from here. Right, when was the last time we had a bad tide event? You got the info about the plushie randomly, maybe on Discord. Yeah, I'll sign up for updates, but honestly, Senator, if the last one they did was October 2024, it's not looking good for this year or next, is it? Does it still list the original folktale as well? Is that still on there? Man, we've just got like no bad water whatsoever. None. We've got 7 unemployed in 3 pumps going. What the heck? Have they still not built this? Get that done. A tall customizable banner. Okay. A mud bath. 50 horsepower. The only place you could put that would be over here. Where the factory is. There's not a lot of splashing room. You have to put it here somewhere. I'm just thinking I had another I had another project going, didn't I? First released on early access, second was on 1.0, so maybe 1.5 or DLC. Man. Can't believe I missed that. Have to build some scaffolding so they can get over here. You can buy one on eBay for $215. It's not memory. It's not RAM. What the heck? $215? You having a laugh? Just going to spend that? It's cheaper than RAM. Oh, I don't know. You get 32 gig with that second hand. Might as well keep that elevated at that point. Go to there with it. And that will allow them to carry on walking down here and building that out. It's too far. Not when that's done. Power shaft isn't connected. Once they're connected, we'll then have surplus power when there's no drought. Should be nice. Look at the Timberborn Rennet. Apparently sandstorms are coming. Wait, sandstorms? How's that going to work? How are you supposed to defend yourself against a sandstorm? Like, all your crops going to get wrecked. Don't think they'll be able to do most of these, but don't think they get to them. Oh, they can apparently. Wait, can they reach 2 out from that? No. It just calculated it. Part of the rainstorm mod. Wait, does that mean they're going to make it rain in the game? That would be funny. If you actually had weather. That's one thing the game doesn't have is weather. So we got it online. Hopefully. Oh, look at that. Literally 3 pieces of scrap metal left and the new scrap metal farms online. That's hilarious. Sandstorm can remove terrain blocks. Wait, so that sounds like chaos to me. Go on, mate. Do it one more. There you go. Out of a job. Well done. to. We could actually fix that now. Fix it with a nice little bridge. The rain, hang on. Mod can cause rainstorms, dirty water storms, and now sandstorms. The sandstorm can remove terrain blocks. The rain and sand cause water to pool and blocks to be created. That's just next level chaos, that is. I mean, what I'm interested in is what tools do they give you to mitigate that? It's hard to see how you can stop like a dirty rain from destroying things. But you can't cover your crops, can you? Like stuff that's going to fall from the sky onto your map. I don't know what the mitigation is. I reckon that will be gone very soon. The mod does give you pickaxes to deal with the newly created blocks of terrain, but it's much slower than dynamite. Not sure about how to mitigate the others. Hmm. When this guy's cutting logs, where's he putting them? Because I don't appear to have provided him with a particularly good storage point as these two, but a bit small. I need to get the dirt mine going shortly. We just don't have a way of putting terrain down. Hello, hello. Treated planks. How many people walk here? What? Okay, we don't need this as a high priority item. Not really. Not while we've got the scrapyard going. Five scrap every 2.3 hours. It's shown one of the workers. What? Let's make sure that's got water in it. High chance of injury, what in here? Yeah. We've got 15 injured beavers. This is insane. Ideally, you want bots working. I might just stop this until we can get bots going. I don't know. To shut it down. Let's close it for now. We don't need it. How much is this? Doesn't say there's a high chance of injury by scavenging scrap metal, which is pretty interesting. Hey, we got the mine built, so if we do run out of metal, as for 14 beavers that are injured, I don't think we have anywhere near enough beds for that many. I need a hospital wing. I'm gonna bring this layer down. That can take 5 visitors. I've got 130 beavers, and we've got 10 possible campfire spots. Yeah, apparently rusty metal's not a danger. Handling scrap metal. No biggie. Fermented cassava we've got. Mangrove fruits we don't seem to have enough. Let's get the old hospital wing going on it down here. Where's the shrub there? It seems that the most efficient way of doing this, more like that, with a nice shrub in it. Do that one first, we'll be okay. We've got 5 days of drought left. To shrubbery! I swore I'd put that on high priority. This is almost dry. The only thing is, when I knock this water level down one, the actual spread over here is not going to be as big. So some of this might go dry. Why is he not gathering this? Is it because we're full? Oh, he's not on an automation, is he? Wait, we must have an automation for berries. Oh, God, we don't. Don't think I have an automation for berries. Let's see. I'd say like less than 800. Let's do it as a percentage. I've got a stranded beaver. Good grief. Hang on. Let me paste this before I forget. Aged 11. Alright, what do we do with him? In order to rescue him, we're going to have to destroy something. You can move anytime now. Do you want me to draw a path under your feet? He really does deserve that title. Print another in his place. It looks like our power things are linked. Nearly. Okay, now there comes a tricky bit. You need to try and build these backwards now. Yeah, I mean, I don't, like, I can understand if you went round here to build this and then somebody else fill that off. But they should just come along and finish this without coming to the other side of it. This is a tricky bit when you need to build backwards. Because they naturally want to build forwards. So currently the power in this area is 2800 demand. Sorry, 2800 supply, 3000 demand when it kicks off. This is one of those times in this game when you need to just micromanage this. You know, you don't see the hidden underground tube system. Look at this. It's like the proper metro line, this. You just don't see it when it's built. That should connect the whole thing. That supply should go up, and then when the drought ends, it'll really go up. Oh, folk teeth and iron teeth. Folk teeth and iron teeth. There's a lot of overlap, but there are fairly significant differences in the way they, like the kind of crops they have access to, some of the structures they have access to, like around pumps and water management. The transport network is like a zip line on Folktale, where it's a tube system on Iron Teeth. So there are definite differences. There's a period of adjustment. They're very similar, but like, for example, the way you breed. With Folktales, you just provide more housing and they just breed. They always breed children and then the children grow up. So you have to wait. With Iron Teeth, they don't breed. So you have to make these breeding pods. And breeding pods have to be supplied with berries and extracts. So you very quickly, early game, need extract. If you don't get extract early game, then your beavers will grow old, die, and you won't replenish them. So you need berries and you need extract quickly. Without that, you're not going to breed. But they also get printed out as children. You can bypass that by getting the advanced breeding pod. Sorry, I've misled you slightly. The normal breeding pod doesn't need... That's under housing. The normal breeding pod just needs water and berries. So as long as you've got those, you can breed. When you've got the advanced breeding pod, you need access to, well, treated planks and iron, and then you need to supply it with berries and extract. But what that does is print you adults, which is something the Folktales can't do. The Folktales will just breed children, and then they'll expand to the capacity of your housing that you have. So your population control with Folktales is housing. Yeah, if you build spaces, they'll breed into them. With Iron Teeth, specifically, they won't breed unless you turn on the breeding pod. So what that lets you do is you can have a signal like this where you can put in an exact number that you want. So I want 130 population. When the number drops down, the signal comes on, and then all the breeding pods turn on until that number goes over 130, then they all turn off. So I can control the population just with that. With Folktales, I have to control it by looking at how many spaces I have, how many free beds I have, because they'll just breed. So it's things like that in terms of management are just completely different. And then you've got things like water pumps. So a Folktale has a mechanical pump they can have where you can hook up a pump to the power supply, and without a worker working there, it will just automatically pump water. Whereas the Iron Teeth don't have that, so you have to put workers inside the pumps to get water. Right, I have forgotten what I was doing. Now I remember. We're blowing stuff up. Favorite thing. Cool. So that gives us access to this. And then we can basically turn these off. No, agreeable loaf. No, when you start the game, you basically say, start the game and say what faction you want to play, and then what map you want to play, and then what difficulty you want to play, and that's it. It's locked in. Would I say Iron Teeth is more difficult? I think once you've played both, no. I don't think it is. Not when you've not played both, yes. Iron Teeth is locked behind Folktales. You have to get your happiness up on Folktales before it'll let you even play Iron Teeth. I think Folktales might be more understandable to the common person, if that makes sense. Like, you can identify with Folktales easier. Iron Teeth take a little bit more game experience before that you should play them, which is why I think they lock it behind Folktales. Exactly. You kind of need to understand the mechanics of the game before you play Iron Teeth. Right, they are now on. Means they can go on. And then I need to move this nearer to here now. So that these guys don't need to walk as much. I need to sort this area out. This is just an absolute mess around here. Hate it. It's all early game stuff. And trash all of this. Just see what's underneath here before I start blowing things up. Right, so I want to be not here. Okay, so that's okay. I have to tunnel that. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, it sounds like Nature Lovers, Iron Teeth are more industrial. Conceptually, yes. Right, tidy all this up as well. Iron Teeth aren't mechanical. I mean, this is the weird thing, Indigo, is like the fact they are more industrial, but they don't have a mechanical pump. It makes no sense. Like, that should have been with the Iron Teeth. Like, the Folktales should have been more about nature and natural power, you know, like wind turbines, all that kind of thing. And the Iron Teeth should have just gone for pure industry. Like, they should be burning stuff like coal or whatever, charcoal, steam power. That's the industry. Mechanical pumps. That should have been it for me. Empty that, move that. You can never play a game like this, but would watch you play all day. Interesting. Let's see how our little drought is getting on down here. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Look. It's completely evaporated. That underground bad water's gone now. Which means all of this blight has gone. And it also means we can now sink this even further down and get much better water supply. If I detonate down there, what's it going to do? It's going to fill that with water. It's going to stop there. And then it's going to come up here. It's going to get blocked. It will have a tendency to want to go that way, but that's going to be set to 0. So nothing can flow. So we'll trap the fresh water into here. Okay, how much 99 explosives? I don't think so, electric games. The water's slowly coming back. Timberborn has nice water physics. It really does. Yeah, they spent a lot of time on that. Right, looks like our bad water supply is coming up. We have a lot of extract, which is great. This still isn't flowing yet. It's still pressurizing. That's starting to fill. See you later, Mickey. Enjoy your dinner. What is it? Roast pork with plenty of roast potatoes and veg. Apple mustard sauce homemade. Nice. Very nice. There is no first-person view. I don't know if there's a mod for it, but by default, no. Apple mustard sauce. I think he means apple sauce or mustard sauce as well, maybe. Why are they cutting through here when they can go this way? Why? Why, beavers? Why? Okay, I don't want these guys prioritizing this anymore. It's not necessary. You can keep that full if you want to. Actually, no. You can just go. I'll move that over here. Yeah, the folktails are like brownish in colour, whereas the iron teeth are this kind of greyish blue. Notice they've all got little decorations on the tails. They all got tattoos. I don't even know if we need these anymore. I don't think we do. Oh, it's all flowing. Right, if we now empty that, should hopefully fill that one up. I'm going to leave these here, but I don't think we'll ever use them. Scrap looking like. We need to think about bots. Ultimately, we're going to need bots just so we can get the mining going. That's 4,000 when that's running. It's like with the folktails, I could just whack up an absolute armada of wind turbines and grav batteries and just have power for days. But with iron teeth, it's not quite so simple. I really need to block this off. I don't like this shouldn't even be here. This should just all flow that way. You should just box it. You just levy that off like that. If we do that, then that'll just dry up eventually. The next question is, how can we improve our power supply? I think at some point I'd kind of like a grav battery up here somewhere. Although I don't know if that goes anywhere dangerous. Could maybe build like a dirt excavator up here and then just drill a massive hole and then delete it and put a grav battery there. That's probably one option. Because at the moment, right, when there's a drought, we, you know, if we're going to start relying on water wheels for power, because let's face it, the options aren't massive. You got water wheels for power and a steam engine, which is water and logs. So you're either going steam or you're going water wheel with grav batteries to ride in between. Steam is okay as long as you've got plenty of trees like we've got here. Wait, where's that blight come from? We need to cap that off. Just cap that off, that'll just decay. It'll also stop the turbulence. Get up to there then. Getting there is a good story. So this valley's designed to be used for funneling water, I think. Or it was designed so that when the explosives went off, it would just flood your entire build. One of the two. There's an explosive which made the hole on the map. Which one, Armin? Can actually get over there. Might be easier if we destroy a line of trees and tunnel through. Yeah, this was an explosion, wasn't it? Somewhere here. That was an explosion. Yeah, that's right. The blight came from underneath, if I remember. There was an explosion here somewhere that connected all this together. The question is that level here? See, relative to this, the danger is if we open that up, it might pressurize up here and give us a really bad time. It's not urgent anyway. It would be nice to get rid of that, though. Anyway, so I'm thinking about power and thinking about robotics. That's what I'm thinking about. Graph batteries are something that we can make now, but they need to be in a high position. If you want to go dirt excavation, we need 200 horsepower. And then we have all the planks and the gears and the iron. So we could build one of them with a high chance of injury. We've already got 10 injured beavers. Then we've got 15 out of work, so it doesn't matter. See, up here is, what's this, level 17, 18. So we could basically punch a hole down there and get some dirt. It's fairly safe if we do it in the right place. Basically, it's about here. Is where we need it. Could put it where you put the power line, though, through. Put what? So that needs 200 power. We can either just put it next to a steam power, or we could have a power line down, a power wheel down here, run the power line up the hill. Well, what I'm thinking, Twister, is if we put a dirt excavation machine and dig a massive hole, and then eventually we can just put a grav battery there. Otherwise, we'll have to detonate it all out. We still need to get power over here anyway if we want to use it as a grav battery. But the nearest power connection is quite a way. That's at level 16. This is at 13. So, I mean, this here is only 3 levels lower than that one. And this is right next to a power line. But then, you know, can you dig down though without trouble? The answer is no. You can this bit. You can also separate bad water from good water with platforms and permeable flowers and levees. Yep. The hill next to the bad water turbines would be easier. This one, yeah. For sure it's easier. For sure. But what do we need first? Do we need dirt? Do we need grav batteries or do we need power wheels and grav batteries? We know that we're going to get frequent droughts. And when the droughts come, these things stop running. What we could do, we could set up the grav batteries, but we'd have to detonate down. We could set up the grav batteries and then put them next to steam power lines. And then when the battery gets to a certain level, we just turn the steam power generation on and just lift it back up. And that way they're only running when we need them. The only thing is, all of this water flow is underground. So we can't basically take power from it. The best place we can take power from water flow is this lot. And this lot needs connecting to this power line. It's like a long way away from the power. I mean, we do have surplus power right now, so we could just let the excavator do its thing. But we need to be very careful where we put it. Seems to me if we dig over here, we're okay. I want to stay away from this lot. How is it you get the grid up again? There's a key you can to show a grid, isn't there? Oh, what was it? Buildings, user interface, toggle guidelines, Shift X and X. There we go. That's the one. Oh, you have a manual button you can press with the right mouse button next to the layer thing. Oh, up at the top. Yeah. That one. Just does the same thing, really. It's absolutely great when you're on the surface, but the moment you go underground, all the grid lines just disappear. So I think that's a safe bet. Yeah, that looks to be a safe bet. So now we're just going to get power to it. And get our workers up there. Where's the nearest station? Here? The only thing about the dirt excavator is it's just going to injure more beavers. That's the bad part. Can we get a transport tube over to at least here? Maybe like there. What we could do is, like, if we can get a tube line out of here, you can come through here, have a station somewhere around here, and then carry on, and then have another station up here. Hey, tell me. Station. I want to elevate that station, really. To figure out how we're going to get them up there to build this. Okay, there's one part of it. Now, if we take a tube line out the back of this thing, I guess the easiest way is to take it over this lot. Entrance needs a path. It does indeed. No, that needs to be a vertical one. Okay. Oops, I should start building that now. Got the planks and we've got the metal. Now then, we've then got to get the power up here. If we put the power next to this thing, it'll probably build it when they build the when they build along here. They did that before. So what if we take the vertical power shaft? Prioritize the unbuilt station, they'll build a tube from both ends. If you what? Prioritize the unbuilt station. Well, this one. True. Should get us the power up there. I love that bell. That's brilliant. That working day bell. Right. Other projects on the go. Let's delete this one. Why is that water? I set this wrong. Wait, how high does that... What level does a seep go up to again? Seems pretty low. Thank you, be so, huh? Yeah, if I put that on 1.5, does that even make it over the top? Yeah, that was on 1.8 though, and it wasn't making it over the top, look. 1.6. And the water flow stopped. Which I don't get, because... Is it because of that? Maybe it's something to do with this? Seeps go to 0.6. Okay, that would explain it. If they only go to 0.6, that would explain why it doesn't go over. I go to 1.55. Or 1.5. It's weird. Hmm. That gives us a nice drinking water reserve. Yeah, I don't think this is going to... Like 1.5, it's not making it over the top, so... It's pretty weak. Pretty weak. Station's built. It's interesting, they've not built any of it out from here yet. Which I thought they would. Then I guess... No, the priority is good. Wiki says it goes up to one tile, so if it's not going over, it must mean the obstruction is over one tile high. Now it's started to go over. Maybe it's just taking a very, very, very long time to fill up after the drought. Because what I want 1.8. I wanted to fill that to like 0.8 and then spill over anything in excess, which is what it used to do. But I noticed no water was coming over the top. Maybe it just takes a long time. Yeah, the last time at B-Surfer, on the last map I played with Folktales, it was all seeps. There were no water sources whatsoever. And we had to pump water all the time. And I had a massive dam of water that was all drawn from seeps, just mechanically pumped up. Right, where does the power need to come into this thing? Can it come in here? Yeah. Probably want the station back here somewhere. So what we'll do, we'll elevate it. Yeah, the one I was on was not the Oasis map. It was the... Oh, what's it called? I think what it was called. This is Pressure. That was... Was it Spillage? So that's connected. The more of these little tube ways you build, the less you should see beavers on the footpaths, because you should be taking this all the time. Saves a lot of time getting them around. Yeah, look at that. That's on 1.8, and that's just not even... That's crazy. I want to get a measurement on that. Right, I want to detonate this back now. I found out the old water gate still exists in its working glory. It is, I know. It's the most ridiculous. It took me a while to find it when they moved it. It's like, where's it gone? And then they put it under decorations. I was like, that's not a decoration. It's literally a gauge. Yeah, honestly, I think I was playing for about an hour or two before I actually found that thing. I just thought they'd removed it. Right, whilst we don't have a drought, now is a good time to detonate this stuff down. Is that 3 blocks? Yep. Also, do you remember the days when they didn't let you put dynamite on top of a footpath? So you had to put the dynamite down, wait till they placed it, then delete the path and put that down. Oh, God, that was annoying. It was terrible. Right, can they reach this? Yes. They got 20 vacancies. See, a builder's hut is another annoying building to put down because its door is in the center, so you can't put it there because you can't put the door on the edge. And because the door's in the middle, you can't mirror it. I think this is where our injuries are coming from. The explosives factory. I'm sure you asked chat where they moved it to as well, if I recall. I think you're right, Jones. I think we were trying to figure it out, and I said, where is it? And somebody went, oh, it's under decorations. And then we found it here. Absolute madness. Oh, finally, we have a bad tide. Finally. It's been a long time. 18D12. Now then, this is going to be interesting because there may be things that I've not accounted for. Like automations I've not set properly. We've changed this map a lot since the last bad tide. And I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll see. We will see. That shuts off in a bad tide. What does this one do? That shuts off in a bad tide. Okay. Whoa, this is all flushed with clean water. Look at that. Blimey. We've cleaned this map out. I would really like to get this filled with water before the bad tide kicks off. What's a bad tide, Matty? So basically all the water sources produce bad water. Including all the ones that you rely on for drinking water. So it's like, it's worse than a drought, because with a drought, nothing comes out. No bad water, no good water. With a bad tide, everything flushes bad water. Now, we don't have any on this map, but on the last map, there's also like vents. And the vents don't do anything until there's a bad tide, at which point they just push water out. And we had loads of them on the last map. They're all along these walls. And if you don't cap them off, they just spew bad water everywhere. Van Blue, thank you for 93 months. No, I mean, it's not really a fun time. I mean, the good part is, you know, your power keeps going because your water carries on flowing. The bad part is you can't get any new drinking water. You just checked out the folktale run. Yeah, it was That was quite a fun build. Right, it's 20-hour working days, lads, until we get this job done. If you need some other country, which one? I'd probably go to one of the Canary Islands because I love the weather there. Very slow, aren't they? Look how slow they swim. I don't get it. Beavers are normally like super rapid in the water. But these beavers, they're not. They've got this massive tail and they don't use it. They kind of just paddle around like a dog instead of just like flapping this massive tail, which is there to deliver power in water. Canaries aren't that humid. Canaries have just the best weather ever. This is taking its time, isn't it? Oh, I see. So, They can't build this, can they? They can't build it because they can't, apparently they can't build underneath. See? You need to get them here to build the platform. Interesting. That is the downside of elevating that. You can build tubes around it so they can reach. Oh well. We'll do this instead. I assumed they couldn't build the main building because they couldn't build a platform. And because of that, they couldn't build a platform underneath because they couldn't get in the station. Let me get this detonated. So that we can fill that with water. We need to do it with a day left, really, so we can fill it all with water. And it should also mean this water will drain back into here, I think. So then I can remove that dam and put a new one down. Can build anything adjacent to a tube that's been built, also platforms. See, that just feels like hacks, but I get it. It's like watching electrical signals fly down wires. Oh, they've nearly done it. Can you do that? Yeah. Explosives we have. Extract we have. Add water. Yeah. Right. Get rid of that. Going to detonate that now. So cool. It's been submerged. We have to move that now so we get a proper depth. Actually, how far down can that actually measure? Kind of need it there, really, but it doesn't tell you the true measurement. 3 meters, that sucks. In that case, we're going to have a sensor here that points down. It's called a depth sensor. That one. Lovely. Now I need to get rid of this lot, which is going to be fun. So that was where the gap was that was running underneath. That's what that is. We don't need to do it all. We just need to channel through here, really. Definitely build them. I don't think this is going to fill up before the bad water fills. Let's just hope I haven't messed up. Oh, we're cracking on with this now. We're missing a bit of power here. Right then. Let's see what's happened. Right, so bad water's coming out of here. That is shut off, which is correct. Bad water's coming out here. That is shut off and boxed. What else is the good water we used? The little seep here. That's shut off. First one isn't shut off. Wait, what? This one? That is shut off. This one here is on 0 meters, so it doesn't let anything through. It reads opposite to the floodgate. It's weird. So now we have no water flow, but we should still have bad water flow. Fuzzball, thank you for gifting a sub to Dav Singh M. Van Blue, thank you for 93 months. Now then. Need to destroy this and lower it down to that level. I'll wait till morning though before I start doing that. How much did the decorations at the central station increase happiness? I don't need that at all. We was on like 5, capping out at 9, and we've ended up at 15. Because the way it does it is like, it's not about the area around it. Like if you take this here, like it affects this area. It's about the beavers that pass through that area. That's how it does it. So if a beaver passes through any square tile on this area, they receive the buff from the decorative clock. Now, given where I've put these at the terminus of our train line. Pretty much anybody going back to one of their barracks is going to come through that station. And even if they don't, they'll probably walk down this path to get some water. So pretty much everybody's getting hit by that buff. So like even if you put them somewhere else, it won't make any difference because if they've got the clock buff, there's, they'll just get it again. It won't make any difference. Yeah, exactly that, Armin. Like the more beavers that pass through this area, the better, which is why you're better putting these on a station like that, right next to your housing, because everybody comes back here. How long does it last? I'm not sure. I would guess once per day it would reset. But you can see the buffs here. Decorative clock, bell, beaver statue. You can see, like, it will cap out. But you see most of them are getting the buff. So there are some beavers that are not passing through some of these statues. But not many. Place one at every pipe station. You could do. What you have to try and work out is which beavers are not passing through that station that are not getting these buffs. That's a bit trickier. If we pick on one of these guys. Beaver statue. He's not hit the decorative clock yet. So this guy's not hit it. My guess is he comes out of here and he just walks back home because he doesn't need to walk over here to get all the way over there because it's further. So you might want to put some stuff around this bit just to pick up the people working this area who just walk back. Because I don't think he goes through a station ever. But he will come past this bit. There's no zip lines, Chris. Well done. You are correct, Chris. Do you watch many detective programs, Chris? Like whodunits, where you observation type stuff. Beaver statue, beaver bust. Beaver statue. Stop being mean to Chris. Yeah, so we're playing Iron Teeth rather than Folktales. Folktales have the zip lines. Iron Teeth have these little tubes. Right, let's need to get rid of that at some point, but it's not urgent. Yeah, I'm not convinced we need these. go. You only watch How Captions, can't bother trying to figure out who the murderer is. Now just open this up between here and here. That's going to take them a little while to do. Right, how are we getting with our dirt thing? We have 11 incapacitated and 8 vacancies. Apparently they can't build that. That's a bit annoying. Literally one tile. One tile is stopping the whole build. One flipping tile. Right, have they built this stuff here yet? Yes. What do the numbers say now? It's still not really where it should be. Look at all this green stuff. All these little printing pods that we have. I might actually get rid of these. I don't think we need them. Do you know what? I need to crank the working hours down a little bit. Mangrove fruit 35. Isn't the mangrove fruit the one that grows over here somewhere? There it is. Yeah, we don't have a lot of that, really. I suppose if we sacrifice some of it, we could grow down here, but I don't know how deep the water needs to be. That would be submerged, so it probably won't work. Like they could actually do a little bit more. You can gather it. I wonder if I build this thing in a more central location. Like if I was to build it here on a platform, I reckon it would perform all that area. You've been failing because of 20-hour days? Probably. Not been able to walk past very much. We sacrifice these two. We could then build a platform to here. Maybe just these two. Yeah, that opens up a massive space, doesn't it? I can't fill anything with dirt yet until we get the dirt. Oh, you're right, it is underwater. Not high enough. I need it one level up. The idea was sound. Right, let's try that again. So basically, it was meant to be like that. Which hopefully is not submerged in water, but does have access to all of this. Okay, we're going to get a lot more injuries now because we're making dirt. The spinny blade. Look at that power output, 4,300. We need to get some kind of smart power going. I think the grav battery might be the thing. And we can start turning these things on and off. It's like what you want to do. You want to start... Every one of these that you turn off drops 400 horsepower. So you want an automation that knows to turn so many off until it gets to just enough power. But that's hard to do. The easy way to do it is to say, here's a grav battery. When that gets to less than 80%, turn these things on. And then when it gets up to 100, turn off. And just keep the power topped up. Sort of like a capacitor, basically. I think when we do this, some of this crop may die. It won't be watered anymore. Right, we've got 13 injured beavers and no free beds. I think it might be time to build another house and print some more. Because I think we have to accept that at least 10 to 20% of our beavers are going to be injured at any one time. What's this other housing like? Let's go for the high rise. Row house. What on earth is that? That is proper high rise material, that is. Oh my god. Unless you have one of those and then put like a weird row house next to it. That is bizarre. Imagine living in a house that is like literally a slice. Like every room in the house is like 1 cube wide. It is a PlayStation 5 house, isn't it? It's a Sony house. I'm so glad they made that shrub before they built that. Right, are we getting any better numbers now? Yes, we are. Look at that. Almost everybody's going through it now. Now they're working normal hours. Right, bad tide's almost ended. Now then, the question is, ooh, what's going on here? I'll tell you what's happened here. So the bad weather tide event has ended. That gate has immediately opened. And it's pushing the dirty water out. Along with this. Now what we could do is we could shove it into this first. Or just deal with the fact that it's going to push it up here and it's going to dilute. I think it'd be fine. He says. That chunk of bad water's going to come out. Oh, the blight. Well, that's quite a wedge of it. It's going to mix in with all the fresh water now. Well, annoyingly, Armin, it's filled this up, which is bugging me. Right? It will evaporate, but it's still annoying. Man, where's the clean stuff? It's going to mix with all of this. So this other water cap we did was much, much better because on this one, it only had this small amount of bad water. So when it pollutes into here, there's just a little bit of it, which is nothing. But this one, I don't think the delay would help because I'll tell you why. It's this space here is all going to be full of bad water by the time that event ends. Is that the drinking water? No. This one is. The drinking water's not really affected. This is going to kind of flush out and go into here and then off the map. By the time it mixes with this, yeah. Should have a delay. 12 to 24 hours is more than enough. What is the automation on? There you go. Bad water. So you can activate early, but how do you set a delay afterwards? Yeah, but I don't want to be manually doing this. I want to see what happens if I don't manually go and open these gates. We've got to use a memory center. Yeah, I mean, what we could is put a contamination center here and then say, well, if you see any contamination, open that. And then they just let it out, wouldn't it? Just dump it. Because, I mean, this only happens after a bad tide event anyway. And let's call this. So according to this, contamination is about 10%. As it stands there. So if it's over that, and then it's gone fresh, so it would basically turn off now. NHS, any idea keep women happy? What do you mean? Are you asking me how to keep women happy? How do you keep anybody happy? Let me turn that question around. Why is it your job to keep somebody else happy? That scrap metal's probably halfway through, which is all right. Okay, they can get all of that. How's our little farm thing going? Nowhere near. Haven't done anything. God, they're lazy. Come on, get on with it. That's filling up nicely. Probably should put a dam here, to be honest. So that when that sensor goes off, we can shut this off. Although this needs to be on a, yeah, we say dump contamination. So if the contamination is on, shut this off. Otherwise, keep it on 0.8. So if that detects contamination, that thing closes and this thing dumps. Wait a minute. What's going on here? That's fine. I just saw it escaping through the corner and thought, that's not supposed to happen. I try that. She won't. She don't want it. What? You're in the doghouse. Might I ask what you've done wrong? Wait, so if I've understood you correctly, NHS, your partner is moody, you don't know how to keep them happy, and you're in the doghouse. Is that correct? Is it something you've done? You thought YouTube chat was strange. It's just the internet, mate. There we go, we're drilling. We're drilling for dirt. Ooh. Never really noticed it shows the dirt on this one, look. Actually see little piles of dirt, that's cool. Gonna fill that up pretty quick, I think. I think we need some more storage over here for dirt. Somewhere near the station. You've been out working with your mates and your family and she got moody about it. Right. Okay, so you've been seeing your friends and seeing your family and she feels that you should have been with her instead? It's a balance, isn't it? What are you building the new forest? Do you have someone getting the food or just the wood? I'm not sure what you mean. Pod peas. Usually, NHS, it's just down to communication, isn't it? Not that I'm a counsellor or a trained counsellor or anything, but normally it's just communication. If you say beforehand, I'm going to see my friends and then my family, is that okay? Or do you want to come with me to see my family or anything like that? If you communicate beforehand, generally you can avoid the problem. Otherwise you come back having done what you've done and she doesn't like it. And then that's when it gets a bit messy. So just talk. I would say for today, stay out the way. That's probably the best thing. Stay out the way. I think it's better if you talk beforehand because then you know, you got to understand that if she's going to be annoyed, she's going to tell you then when you can do something about it. Like she'll say, oh, you saw your friends on Friday. Like, why don't you spend some time with me? So for today, I'd say lick your wounds, sit in the corner, stay quiet, stay out the way. But next time, maybe communicate beforehand. That's my 2 pence worth, but I am not a counsellor. I tried to talk to her, but she's been more moody, so I don't have time with her. Ah. Might be some deeper problems there, then. I mean, she might just be tired, you know? I don't know. Everybody gets moody when they get tired, they get a bit grumpy, don't they? Exactly, Dyson at all. This is not official advice. I am not a professional, and I accept no responsibility for anything I might say. Changing your relationship with your wife or girlfriend or partner or whatever it is. You're grumpy all the time, Chris. Lol. Yeah, there's a good one. Ask her what she wants. Ask her what she wants. That's always a good question. What is it you want? Or say, what would make you happy? Is there anything I can do to help? Is there room for a storage box here somewhere, I wonder? I'd like to get some dirt near that station, but I don't suppose it matters really, because it's here anyway. There's a station here. We could put some secondary storage down here, I suppose. That, like that. Lots of dirt. Mate, you know better than we do if it's the time of the month. Could take her on a golf trip. Or fishing. What? Where's that come from? That's amazing. Oh, I can squeeze a bit more in. Just there, I think. And there as well. Right. If that's now pretty much ready to go, we can probably turn that one off or leave it on as well, on the basis that they can both farm it. Now, this is not being automated, and it should be. Mangrove. You need to definitely focus on mangrove. Is that coming out raw? Mangrove fruits. Okay. We need a resource counter for mangrove fruit. Let's do this one. I don't agree with that, Bigfoot. It's a case of each to his own. Right, mangroves. Automate. There we go. Paused by automation. Oh, hang on. Why have you been paused by automation? That's not right. Percentage. Wait, what? That's better. Wait, no, it's not. This can't be right. I've got it on berries. That's why. Idiot. Mangrove fruit. Knew something was wrong. Okay. They can manage that. Lovely. We've got one more piece of blowing up to do. It looks like it's almost ready to go. Just need to put that in there. There you go. So that's now controlled along with that in the contamination center. Could probably do with another contamination center down here that says if that or that, then shut that. Trash that. Yes, Sam Hoffman. I could do an ore situation on it with a relay. We build that, they can then walk down here again. Which means we could put something up here. I don't know what's a valid drinkable threshold for contamination. Contamination 1. Let's call this something else. Right. Right, so you get contamination or contamination 2. If that's the case, you want to automate off that instead. Don't know why they chose to call that thing a relay. I think relay's a bad name. Why don't they just call it like a logic gate or something? I feel like relay really tells you what it does. Kaboom! Oh yeah, that's much better. So now we've got quite a big header tank there, which drip feeds this. It's nice. That fills up from the main water source. The bad water is minimal. And that can be used to feed all of this. Effectively, it can even dam this. We need to get that built. How's our dirt level looking? 364. Estimated time to fill 7 days. It's going to take a week to fill that. Blimey. I've been putting levees in. I could put in actual dirt now. So I figure by the time this detects contamination, that will then flow into here. When that cleans up, that one will still be detecting contamination. So that will stay closed until it's basically gone from both. There's iron teeth. Have a beaver be born from an advanced breeding. What was that? It's got a Steam achievement. As iron teeth, have a beaver be born from advanced breeding pod and get injured on the same day. Wait, what? So basically, we just printed a beaver, and on day one, they got injured. That was a Steam achievement. Brilliant. Right, is that built now? It looks like it. So now we can say dump contamination 1. There we go. Lovely. Man, there's got to be some weird Steam achievements. I need to look through the list of achievements for Iron Teeth, because last time we started to focus quite a bit on Folktale achievements. I didn't get them all. There's a few we can go back and do, but I think there's a bunch of Iron Teeth ones I need to get now. Surprisingly, gouging that out didn't dry out these trees. I thought it would. Right, we're going to have to call it there, I think, peeps. 19D7. There we go. Thin. Lovely. Well, that's not bad. We continued from last week. We got a lot done.
I'm worried that Chris didn't have enough steam. It's affecting his lack of no dedication, making him appear scleros onto another matter. Thank you for yet another set of very lovely high-quality streams. Until next time, by Scrove.
Thank you very much, Armin. Hey, at least Chris was here for the Steam this time. That's a world record.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
I was thinking, you should be careful where to use dynamite, as we might accidentally blow a hole into Flinty's secret captain's logs vault. On the other hand, if we did, I can say this. Get wrecked, Flinty.
And then the response from Captain Flint.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Now it makes perfect sense. Normally Chris is not here when there are Steam engines, but he simply didn't realize they were in the game. Well, let him take his time, he'll get there eventually. Kappa.
Hey, Captain Flint, did you know there's no zip lines in this? Right, peeps. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Very amusing. Right, next week, I will be streaming on the Friday. Saturday, I'm going to be out for the... So I won't be doing the first stream, but I will be back for the second stream. And then Sunday is Father's Day, but that'll be a normal stream. Because I'm here for the dads. Oh, yeah. So that's what we're looking at. But obviously the stream schedule will be updated. Right, can we get some love in chat for the mod team, please, guys? And thank you all very much for watching. I hope you had fun. We did 3 different games in 3 days. It's not very often we do that. Not very often we do that. I'm not sure what games I'm playing next weekend, but the one after that will be SnowRunner, because I think that's when SnowRunner comes out. It is next weekend, Father's Day, isn't it? I got that mixed up. No, it is next weekend. We finished one. Yes, we did. Yeah. Right, listen, guys. Whatever you're doing, stay safe and all that. Have fun. And I shall see you all in a few days' time. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.